can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, post COP28, where contributors will share their experiences and insights from COP28.
Nishit bhai, I have to be in the breakout room.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, post COP28, where contributors will share their experiences and insights from COP28.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, post COP28, where contributors will share their experiences and insights from COP28.
Global Namaste. A very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth, wherever you are connected to us from. In this lovely winter and summertime across the globe, we are welcoming you all to another beautiful episode of Post COP 28. I, Amrita Sharma, welcome you all to this episode where we'll be having our distinguished guests and experts with whom we'll be discussing many things. UN Climate Change Conference, COPs, take place every year. It's a platform where the world comes together along with the member states of UNFCCC to agree on the ways to address the climate crisis, helping vulnerable communities adapt to the effect of climate change and achieve the net zero emission by 2015. COP28, that was held from 30th of November to 12th of December 2023 in Dubai at UAE, was an opportunity to identify the global solution for limiting global temperature rise, causing droughts, heat waves, seasonal changes, unpredictable weather conditions, and a lot more. To talk upon this, about the agenda and the experiences and insight people have and their viewpoints, we'll be taking up the experts. But before that, let's pray for the global peace. Let's begin with the Gayatri Mantra. I'll be holding this affirmation. You can hold any affirmation of your choice. Let's join our hands together in Anjali Mudra, closing our eyes, taking a deep breath. Om Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yuna Prachodayam Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yuna Prachodayam Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yuna Prachodayam Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. With a cheering smile from all of us, let's welcome our distinguished guests and experts. I'd like to call upon Purvi Sanklan, from Netherlands, who is a sustainability business strategist, as well as the founder and director of Yopla, a sustainability startup, which is related with food and sustainability. And let's hear from us what she has to talk about sustainability and her viewpoints about how to manage the climate crisis. Global namaste to you, Purvi.
Global Namaste, Dr. Amrita. Global Namaste, everyone. Yeah.
How are
Uh,
you?
I'm very good. It's sunny today, so I'm very happy. Yeah,
Glad.
we miss
The
sun here a
sun,
lot.
yes. So these climatic changes that are taking place with the abrupt temperatures rising and falling and making us shiver sometimes and making us feel, oh, it's so warm.
Yeah,
What are your viewpoints and what are the things you have been taking up with because you're linked with so many universities as well as various programs related with sustainability. Please tell us about your viewpoints and your agendas related to sustainability. Over to you. Thank you.
thanks, Amrita. Yeah, that's a very hot topic these days, what you ask. It takes so much time. It's like an ongoing discussion with every research at the university, with every business discussions as well. Actually, I would like to discuss just one perspective of it. We are thinking about COP28. A lot of people are flying from all over the world just to have that fancy meeting in Dubai, burning so much of carbon footprint, eating so much of nice fancy food, right? Seafood being exported and meat, all these things, and talking to save climate. Does this not sound like an oxymoron? Is it not contradictory? I'm curious, right? Like,
Well, but yeah. Okay, carry on.
yeah. So on that note, who is responsible? Whose responsibility should it be to solve the climate crisis? I think that was one of the hot topics that was there with COP28, and that is one of the hot topics with which I'm also working with Yopla. That it's always blaming the other people, like 7 billion people on Earth are blaming the companies that now industry should do something, Shell should shut down, there should be no oil and natural gas. And the companies are like, consumers should do something. Why can't they be a conscious consumer? And when you were saying like the impact of climate change, who is feeling it? It's everyone, right? I felt like, okay, the climate is so drastically changing here. You felt being in the Himalayas, it was such a disaster, right? So we as individuals are feeling that. And at the same time, companies are also feeling it because they are losing their business. So my approach to sustainability is partnerships. Why don't we all come collaborate together and work towards the same goal? Why work on blaming each other? I recently came across this quote in Polish, but I'll translate it into English. It's like, no snowflake in an avalanche ever feels responsible.
Hmm.
It's similar to
Beautiful.
no raindrops in the flood ever feels responsible, that, hey, I'm not responsible for the flood. I think that's how
True.
the whole COP28 conversations have been going on, and it causes so much turmoil. There's so much hatred going on across the thing because no one wants to take responsibility. I think it's the responsibility of you, I, everyone together, be it individual or businesses, are only gonna solve the climate crisis, right?
Right. And I think we individually are the ones who will be making up things and marring up things. So we are the founders as well as we only are the destructors of the same. And on that word, what are your work? Because your plan is related with your plan and your planet.
Yeah,
So what do you do? Please give an insight to our viewers about your plan.
yeah. So Yopla is, like you said, it's your plan for your planet, hence the Yopla. It's a SaaS platform. It's a startup from the
Hmm.
Netherlands, and it calculates the whole carbon footprint of the food ecosystem. right from where it's coming from, right from at each step, what is the impact from that meal, like having this cup of coffee? What is the impact? So our platform has a proprietary algorithm, which in minutes, because we want to make sustainability sexy, convenient, and accessible. Hence, with the help of technology, we are able to solve that. And we work with businesses as well as consumers. For consumers, we do it for free on a sign-up basis. That's exactly like 7 billion people should know where their food is coming from and what is the impact that is being created in their health and also on planet's health. And for businesses, we are developing a new information system channel, like a label and the numbers information that is put in their climate menu, that consumers, when dining at the restaurant the next time, hopefully it's, you all will also come across some of these restaurants next year, then you are able to see that, okay, what is the impact of the food that I'm eating, both health and climate.
Lovely. That's very important. It is important to think about each everything and product that we are consuming, and every bit of it also contributes for the environmental pollution and the global disaster that we have been crying and working upon, and we want to correct it. So your plate and your plans related to your plate on the table can change the whole verge of your planet. So this is one of the very beautiful concepts that you have put forward, and I think people must think about it before eating. We don't think what it is. We think about the plates, but we hardly think about the food. We think about the sattvic food, but we don't think about the carbon footprint it is related with, which is an innovative approach, and I think to work upon. And in COP conferences, there had been a lot of talks about the food and sustainability in relation to that the food should not be wasted, and how well we can utilize the food for everyone, so that everybody's stomach on the earth gets filled, including the animals as well and the birds as well. So in inclusion to that, with a harmony to live together, what are the steps that your Netherlands have been taking for environmental saving as well as to prevent global warming? Can you just give 2-3 insights to us?
Yes,
Over to you.
that's
Thank
very
you.
nicely how you said that, to feed not just the humans, but to animals and to the birds as well. That's very well thought about. Netherlands being the Silicon Valley of the food ecosystem, the food and innovation, it is taking a lot of steps towards, like if I have to dial down like to top 3, one is the resilience, because the harsh climates of the Netherlands is not able to grow a lot of veggies and provide supplies out here. So it's also one of the highest importers of the food in Europe, and also the highest exporter. So it's doing a lot of trading, right? So one of the priorities is how they can grow resilient food in their own country. Second is indeed sustainability, traceability. That's where your play is also playing with them. We're working with the government in the Netherlands as well, that where are the impact areas they want to know. Like, in order to take step first, awareness is the first important thing, right? Where are we right now? So that's the second thing that they're working on, and how can they spread the information. And the third thing is very surprisingly, often when we talk about Netherlands and Dutch people, they're one of the most healthiest people, tallest, really into good food. But of late, specifically if I talk about women, there has been iron deficiency and some anemia issues, right? It means even though you think the climate change is not impacting, like I'm eating an avocado, I'm healthy. The avocado itself is not healthy anymore, because the climate change has reduced the amount of nutrients. In spinach, they did a study, like the amount of iron has reduced. So it's, yeah, that's the third step they're working on. But I think it's going to affect global.
Yes, I agree to this. And two very beautiful points you have been putting forward. One is that emphasizes on organic farming, your own farms, your mini farms, your kitchen gardens, because that will give you a much more weightage on nutrients as being taking it from the supermarkets, and it will also reduce the burden of transportation and a lot of things, I think, for that. And this is one of the very important and very classical reports that have come forward, that even if you are having a chicken or beef, still there are iron deficiencies that have been reported in women, and a lot of hormonal disturbances, which is also one of the big issues. So where we have a climate issue on one side, we have the health issue, and they go hand in hand. And we cannot deny any particular aspect of it, because all of them are interrelated to each other. And the beautiful thing that you told was about awareness and mindfulness. And we had been conducting a lot of episodes about yoga, yogic life, holistic healing. And recently, I addressed a conference in Indian Institute of Technology related with mind, brain, and consciousness and well-being, which was all about talking how important is the well-being. So your internal well-being will count for your healthy environment, which will be coming from your side. And that mindfulness and awareness on each and every part will count and contribute for the consumers as well as the producers to work on this. What do you think about it, Purvi?
That's, you have said it so beautifully. And definitely this platform is one of such platforms which I want, like, a lot of people should be listening to this. I'm like very grateful to be part of this platform as well, because like you say, awareness, mindfulness is the most important, the most critical. We know it's the most important, not, that's, no one is denying that. The problem is it's the most tough things to put out there, because the minute, and specifically when it comes to food, we eat 3 times a day, we eat 21 times in a week. That's a lot, right? Versus, think a decision to buy a Tesla. If I have to talk to someone, sell Tesla, it would be much easier than to change someone's food habit, even though I'm talking 1 meal out of 21 times in a week. See, this is that personal. People think, hey, are you trying to put finger on me? It's my meal. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. But when it comes to Tesla, it's like, you will like show off. It's like, yes, I have money, I'm going to buy Tesla, I'm sustainable, I care about the environment, it's sexy. So I think that's where, like, coming back to the initial points, we need to make such solutions collaborative, not pointing fingers out at each other. And because the world is really distracted by a lot of things, you need to make your solutions sexy and approachable. It's very important. So I totally
Yeah,
agree what you said. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, that's a beautiful, in fact, an approach to think about things. I agreed, and I also congratulate you for your efforts that you have been putting and contributing towards the society, for making our world a beautiful place to live in that way, actually. And we have our guest. Kailash Parekh, who is our regular contributor at Healing Our Earth. Let's hear from her. What are her viewpoints? What we had been discussing till now over the 10 to 15 minutes. Global to Namaste to you and warm welcome to you. A very good afternoon, Kailash ji. Kindly unmute yourself and please add on to the conversation what we had been discussing about, and what are your key points and thoughts about it. Over to you. Thank you.
Okay, so global namaste to everybody, and thank you so much for inviting me again. This is a very important topic, like our guest Purvi just said. Everybody should be listening to it. Everybody should be participating, and I think I've just loved that word when you say we need to work collaboratively. This is a collaborative teamwork. We cannot just do it on our own, and I think I'm so heartened to hear this, because what I'm involved is in actually raising awareness, training, education is the key. There are so many wonderful initiatives out there, but what we need to do is to raise that awareness. For example, like you said, just that plate on the table, thinking about the plate, the plastic that we use, the food that we eat, how are we going to be consuming, how are we going to be disposing of it? We don't think about the cycle and the impact it has. So the thing that I'm sort of involved with my colleagues is providing a climate change training, and it's in 2 modules. The first is all about what is climate change? How does it affect us? What do we need to do about it? And then we've got all the sessions that lead up to 8 weeks, looking at how we can green our buildings, making more eco-friendly, how we manage our waste, how we manage our food, how we use, how we dispose of things like we use in worship. For example, flowers is a very big topic. And it's really just, raising that awareness, really making us think. And how can we actually separate our own beliefs, the way we live our life as Hindus and nature? They go in hand. The synonymous, we cannot think of living our life and worshiping without thinking of our mother nature, our dirty mouth, we call it. And so everything that we do, we pray, we talk about, paying respect to our mother earth, everything we do, the water, the plant, everything we preach, we have to put that into practice. And I think this is the way that, through the support from the Hindu Forum of Britain, Mrs. Rukhtibin, who is our president, has been very kindly put us in touch with all the organizations across the UK to participate in this training. I'm very pleased to say we had a pilot just 6-7 months ago last year, and it's been very successful. And Deepakji is with us, who has been on the training, who can speak about the impact it's had already, having gone through this training. He has been one of our recipients, and I'd like to bring Deepakji in just to say a few words about what it's been like from your perspective, taking part, and how it's been impacted upon the communities, the faith communities that you come from. So if it's okay to bring Deepakji to say a few words,
Yes,
please.
global namaste, and let's ask Purvi to stay around with us because it's an important discussion and we'll be having her views as well. And we'd like to also thank her for her initiatives as well as whatever she's been doing. And let's collaborate and work up further. So let's move from Netherlands to UK at London and take up Deepakji's comments. And Deepak, what are your comments about Purvi has been talking a lot about this, and Kailash has been talking a lot about this. What's your take actually about how can we be more sustainable, and how can we make our earth a better place? Over to you. Thank you.
Global namaste to everybody on the call, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak amongst these distinguished individuals. I think some of the key points that have been raised, where we're not going to be able to do this alone. The message needs to get out, and it needs to be a collective effort. So having our centers, our temples, community centers, and having these kind of training initiatives that have been put together by the Hindu Forum of Britain, Dr. Shona, and been successfully delivered by the likes of Kailash Ben. These are things which should have happened probably a long time ago, but we are where we are. But we need to build on this, and actually we need to work both ways. We need to be introducing these concepts to our children, because obviously that's the future that they're going to be having to deal with. Equally, I think I consider myself as a middle generation, so I need to be telling my parents that you need to recycle these things. Or Indians are quite good because our ancestors were that way, so we're quite into making the most of stuff that you buy, you use, you recycle. You may reuse it 100 times because we will consider it a non-disposable item, for example. But there's more to it than this. Every item needs to be considered deeply. These all come from Mother Earth, and the impact it has. So if you have got quick ways of calculating these things, that's useful. But having this as almost as our way of life, as our culture, that we must always consider the environment. And equally pushing the education out from the grassroots level. So using your temples, your community centers as Hindus or other practitioners of faith, or just people that believe in the world, in the environment, the world. We need to look after it. We've only got one world, and getting that message out clearly. The impact it's had on our temple, for example, or our centers is, we're considering how we use water. We've had sensor taps installed, for example. So sometimes children leave the taps on, and we don't realize until you go in the bathroom again and the taps are left on. We've changed the lighting to LED lighting. So whilst these sound like small changes, but done across, many community centres across the UK and the rest of the world, in fact, that would have a major impact. And it's not just the temples or the centres. We didn't try to educate devotees that come to the temples to do these sorts of things at home.
I fully agree with this because it's one of the very important initiatives that we need to take on at our level. And in fact, when you talked about this, it just reminded me about the amount of water we waste in a glass. So we take a glass full of water, but we don't even drink a 1/4 of that, and the 3/4 we just throw off without realizing what have we done. And it's a huge wastage. And there are small habits, and this profoundly just connects me to the Ayurveda side about talking about dinacharya when it talks about the daily routines. I think they have definitely talked about a lot of sustainability aspects in living with rules of life. And in that, all these things have been counting. And because we have been breaking all these rules from time to time, we are at the verge of what we are facing today. And I also think that on this for us to give them, our future generations, the legacy of a better earth, rather than $1 million in the banks, we must give them fresh air and the beautiful smile of the trees, shade, and the chirping birds. So what do you think, Kailashri? And then we can have Purvi's comments and also Deepak's comments. Over to you, Kailash. Thank you.
Absolutely, yes. Like Deepakji said, our training, our education's making those small changes. For example, one of the big topics was habits. We were so used to, things that we do that we never think about what is, the cause of it, what the effects are. So, for example, when we're brushing our teeth, we tend to leave the water running. So little things like that, we've just been having those discussions, and like Deepakji said, those little changes, like just changing those light bulbs to LED, has made a huge impact. So I really think this training, like we said, it should have been done a long time ago, and we want more and more organizations to get involved. I know we've just had our pilot who are running our second series of training. We want to spread it out to all this, organization throughout the UK, and maybe even wider than that. And I think that is the key. Education, working together collaboratively, is the key to making those small changes that have a huge impact on our environment and our future generation. Thank you.
Lovely. That's lovely. Purvi, as far as I know, you come from India and you have been living with the tribes for some time, as far as I can sense. And those small kids who have been living in the tribal areas, what did you find? How eco-friendly they are, and how do they take up sustainability? Can you just give insight to our viewers? Over to you. Thank you.
Oh, would love that. They are amazing. They are geniuses. We think we are the smart people here talking so much about sustainability. But if I have to put it in like one word, I think they are skillful. Like they have the planet skills that they are able to use very resourcefully, very smartly. Just little things, huh? For example, the last time I was there in Chhattisgarh, the south of Chhattisgarh, Bastar, I saw that the way they cook their vegetables and the way they breed their cows is so economical. I mean, they know like in what heights and with what they need to grow. They know when to like harvest the vegetables. Like the timing is so perfect, and they know what goes with that as like a medicinal thing, or I don't know, like a cultural thing, right? So there's like literally no expense in growing vegetables, eating organic food, getting that organic milk, and living a nice, happy life. And I would say jugaad is also one of the words. So they know how to like jugaad in collaboration with the planet.
Yeah.
So that's also, I think that it actually got me thinking. And I had a talk with one of the, coming back to the city in Raipur and Bhilai, I had a talk with one of the principals that can we not start a course which says planet skills, right?
Beautiful. That's a nice concept. Yes. So let's take Deepak Ji's comments. Deepak Ji, kindly share your comments. Over to you.
I think I was talking to Kailash Ben prior to this call, and it's something that it always sits comfortably when we think about back home rural India, how it's because you have to let's go to the well to get the water out. So you value each of the bits. So traditionally, a lot of stuff was actually quite sustainable, and people were less wasteful with these things. Even as strange as it may sound, like a coconut, all of the elements of the coconut are used right down to the shell, etc. And there's all of these little things which we can now start to learn and revive that movement, or that kind of concept. And something that sort of sprang into my mind when I was thinking about this was, if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. And it's on all of us really. So I it's if we don't pass this message on now, we're really going to struggle to do anything useful. So perhaps not necessarily a guilt trip, but we really, really do need to be taking this very seriously.
Yeah, that's true. What all from what all efforts have been put in UK and specifically in London? What do you think? What are your points on that for sustainability or for educating children? Because Kailash, you're yourself into it so much. So collaboratively, what all things have been done? Or could you just give our viewers the insight about the contribution from your side and your institution side for this? Over to you. Thank you.
Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, we are part of the Hindu Forum of Britain who is supporting this training. And through this training, we've been able to sort of venture out to schools as well, where we've got the children. I think youth are our future generation, and it starts right from the foundation, from the young age, talking about changing those mindsets, really, those habits. And what we've done is recently we've been able to work on what we call eco-friendly booklets. For example, celebrating how to celebrate Diwali in an eco-friendly way, and hence Christmas, Hanukkah, Eid. And the children have been very actively involved in this kind of initiatives. And we've taken these booklets out to the schools and have been received really, really well. So that's a really one, small step towards, getting everybody to work, together in a very eco-friendly, environmental way, in a fun way as well. And we also been hosting some competitions as well with young children to get them really excited and really getting to think about those key issues and the impact it has and the way that we make choices, about certain food that we eat, the certain way we shop, the certain way, like, for example, changing from, plastic bags to even just paper bags have a huge impact. So education is something that we really want to promote. And those small changes, I think, is going to, like I said, it's going to go a long way and it's going to have a huge impact. So yes, so we want to build on these initiatives and get more young children and youths involved. I think that is the way forward.
Oh, that's beautiful, in fact. And before I move to Rena, who is having a sustainable tea, I think, in Israel and struggling up what all things should be done to prevent the war and promote global peace, let me have some views. So, Deepak ji, can you tell us two small things that you have been doing by yourself in your personal habits for sustainability? And then we'll take up Kailash ji and then move to Rena. Yes, please. Over to you.
So, I mean, yeah, obviously we're in the UK. Winter has now kind of set in. So, just personally, we've added extra insulation where we might not have had it. And also we're adjusting the thermostat in the house, so the boilers are sort of well maintained, if that makes a difference. And also where you're not occupying a room, you just keep the heaters off. So it's small changes like this which I feel can make a big impact.
Okay. Yeah, that's nice.
If we adjust, yeah.
Thank you. Yes, Kailash, over to you. Thank you.
Okay, so again, I believe charity begins at home. So I've started really being very conscious how I use things like, waste disposal, things like Deepak ji just said, LED lights everywhere, not putting heating where we need to put heating on, just warm the room that we're in, not to put the heating in all the rooms. So those are the little things that really make a huge difference. And also in the places of worship as well, just raising the awareness how they bring, the fruits maybe, in plastic, instead of bringing in a plastic bag, just bringing in paper bags, so we're changing those practices slowly but surely. And I think that's the way that I think we are going to really have that impact on our environment. Thank you.
Beautiful, beautiful. That's nice. So we can have Rena and her comments quickly before we move further. So Rena, and then, yes, Rena, over to you. What do you think, how things have impacted, the war has impacted global warming, and what are your thoughts about that? And what are the two things that you do now for promoting sustainability? Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Amrita.
Global
And
namaste first, okay?
global namaste. Thank you. Global namaste to everybody listening. And thank you, Dr. Amrita, and everybody for being here and for the opportunity. And that's actually something I think about a lot, is how the war is impacting the earth. And I'm feeling, I don't know, I don't want to use the word pessimistic because that sounds so negative, but I'm definitely feeling much less hopeful than I used to be. And I still do what I can to do my best to preserve our earth. You see, I'm drinking my tea with my reusable straw, and it's all some of the herbs I grew myself and some of the herbs I buy in bulk. There's no tea bag. I do my best to recycle. I don't use any bags when I go to the supermarket. I have reusable bags for my big groceries, and for the produce, they don't need a bag. They get washed anyways. And at the same time, here where I live in an apartment complex, and they have an area for trash and an area for paper recycling and an area for plastic recycling and for glass recycling. But because so many people right now are involved in the war, there is not enough manpower to be dealing with the recycling. So like something that seems so little, like it's this, like, everyone talks about the trash guy and the recycling guy, and it's a job that no one really wants to do. And here we are, and it's not getting done. And the problem we see is that it's overflowing. The bigger problem, obviously, we all know, is that it's not getting recycled. And it makes me really, it's like, I really appreciate the opportunity to talk about how absurd it is that after all the talk that there's been about global warming and the need to, like, all the things that everyone here has already said, changing the light bulbs, thinking about which heat you're using, where the lights are on, the lights are off, conserving even 3/4 of a cup of water. These are things that I also do, and I believe in their power. And we've been talking about it for decades, and still there are world leaders who believe that using all the weapons that are being used is somehow fulfilling some kind of a purpose that's going to save this earth. I just don't get it.
Ironical. That's pretty ironical. Well, yeah.
Yeah, and like I want to believe that us little people have a lot of power. I want to believe that the small group of us on this live stream are reaching a scope of people that will make a difference. And I just hope that that's the truth, because the alternative is really, really not something I want to think about. So
True.
so yeah, that's what I have to say. I appreciate, like I said, I appreciate the opportunity just to get that out, because I haven't been able to really say that to anybody. And I hope that the people that are making some of the bigger decisions for the world, holding more power than those of us in this live stream, will wake up and realize that if things continue going in the direction that they're moving them in, then there's not going to be an earth for any of us to live on.
True. True, I agree. And with the coming times of whatever is happening and the wars that they don't come to an end, we'll be killing ourselves and burning in the same fire that we put the others into, actually. And yeah, and it's beautiful to have a small initiative on your part. I think it helps you to be optimistic towards, yes, my little flame might ignite the whole fire and kindle up the prevention of global warming worldwide. And so thank you so much, Rena. We would like to move to Stephen to France from Israel, who was already in COP28 at Dubai and has addressed the conference. And we'd like to know the insights and experiences from him about how it went and what were the outcomes of it and what all came up as an agenda. So, global namaste and a very good afternoon to you, Stephen.
Thank you, Amrita. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
We warmly welcome you. Yes, we can hear you very well. So please throw us on the light upon COP28 and how it went in Dubai and what all things were discussed and what are your views on what all are the outcomes and what do you take it over as? Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and peace to all. I think I'm very moved by what Rena just said, and now 4 minutes into this meeting, Purvi mentioned 3 very important issues, and I've been listening to all the speakers ever since, and it really resonates with what I feel and wanted to say, which is that first, everyone knows, and I would like you to be very optimistic about this. All the world leaders, all the people who are at COP understand that without peace, we cannot achieve the climate transition. So it's known. Everybody knows that. Okay, so peace is really the first priority. When you're threatened by your neighbor who wants to destroy you, or when you're busy throwing back bombs and missiles at them, of course you cannot do anything about the planet because you're fighting for your survival, and this is the worst condition possible to be thinking about others and about nature. So everybody understands that, I believe. No one thinks that starting a war now is a clever thing to do for the climate transition. Now, some people are still doing it, and this is a subject of worry. We might have, I live in Europe, and we already have 2 very bad wars on our doorstep, and there might be a third one next year. We don't know. And that would be very bad news for the planet. So let's hope not, and let's hope that those 2 wars stop as quickly as possible in a fair way. And I think it's possible in Israel to really find a solution quickly and stop the war and find a solution that preserves Israel and its neighbors. For Ukraine, it's going to be much more difficult because the stakes are not higher than in Israel, but there are just more people involved, so the solution is more complex, and so we are facing some very bad years ahead, at least for Eastern Europe. So that was about peace, and really peace and war were discussed at the COP. And on the 3 things that Purvi said, which are very important, so is COP useful, and does its carbon footprint matter? And then what happens at COPs? Okay, what are the consequences? What is the outcome? And then the third thing, which is what can we do at the individual level, and what is really a collective issue? So there are scientific answers of that, and I can talk about it. There are political answers. I will talk less about that. But from the scientific point of view, we know that first the carbon footprint of COPs really doesn't matter. I mean, it's peanuts compared to what we're doing. And if you're if you have a benefits over cost approach, well, the benefits of the COP is much higher than its carbon footprint, because without the COPs, the situation would just be much worse. There would be less climate action. The transition would be slower. So there is no question that COPs are useful. The question is, why aren't they more efficient? And that has been a reason for frustration and anger and maybe hatred at some point, because the things were not moving forward. Well, the best COPs ever were COP21 and COP28, and we actually had a hint of that 1 week before, when China and the USA met and stated that despite all the misunderstandings and the mistrust between those two countries, there was no question that they had to unite to win the fight against climate change, because the world cannot do it without those two countries. And because they are aligned. I mean, it might be the only point, but on this point, their interests are perfectly aligned. So decided to work together. And I think that's a very good example of what could happen in other parts of the world if there is mistrust and conflicting interest between two countries. They could try to unite on this thing. And this has been actually theorized, and there are a lot of papers written about the unifying power of climate truth, because we all want peace. In fact, all humans want peace, except some crazy people. They don't want to kill their neighbor. And they want to save the planet. Everybody wants to save the planet. So we are naturally completely aligned, and we don't want to destroy nature. If you're doing this, it's by ignorance or greed. But we have higher values, which is okay. We want to do good, and in the end, once we have the basic means to sustain a decent life, everybody wants to help their neighbors. So climate change is a very good reason for us to unite. So this is what has been going on at COPs for 30 years now. And the outcome is the following. The outcome is that this year, for the first time, all countries have signed an agreement, which is legally non-binding, but morally binding, which states that fossil fuels have to be phased down. And it's the first time in history it's happened. So I think it's a good reason to rejoice. And there have been also other progress made, like the rights of nature, and the fact that nature-based solutions are widely supported by most of the countries is also a big progress. And I'm very glad to welcome here our friend and partner, Robert Mwesigye from Uganda, with whom we've been working this year to plant 10,000 trees. It's the first time they plant so many trees at Rejoice Africa Foundation in Uganda. So I mean, we've never met each other, only online. Saving Our Planet is a mostly French and UK organization. And Robert lives in Uganda, but we were able to set up a project and start doing a pilot project for planting 10,000 trees, and because we want to plant millions of trees. So, of course, and the COP will be a nice place to meet, by the way. So I've invited Robert to meet at one of the next COPs in the next few years. And this is what COPs are useful for. They bring together people from all around the world. It's oftentimes the only place and the only time they can meet during the year, and not every year. But it's a nice occasion. And even though the carbon footprint is high, well, we are the climate action that we are doing compensates for much more than this carbon footprint, and it also makes it possible to dream about a worldwide peace when all the countries come together to fight against climate change.
Okay, marvelous. Your point of view is pretty obvious, and I think the points you have put forward are pretty practical, and they are wonderful in the way that everybody is coming up together and thinking about certain things at a very huge level, and finding up solutions of what can collaboratively be done on that. So your project at Uganda, let's move to Uganda, Stephen from France, and let me just introduce. So Robert, welcome, and what kind of project you have been doing, and how many plants are you planting, and what have you seen as an outcome, and since when you have been doing that, before we take up the Brahma Kumaris. Over to you. Thank you. Kindly unmute yourself. Am I audible? Yes. Global Namaste to you.
Thank you very much. Nice to meet you all, and thank you for the solidarity heart you are having for the next generation. Because if we don't wake up now, the next generation is going to be destroyed. In Uganda, I'm from Rejoice Africa Foundation, and we are on a project of agroforestry where we plant fruit trees in the communities where we get land. Our aim is to reduce our habit. How do we shop food? We found that very many people in our country, they go and they shop food, fruits from the supermarket, from the market, and they come and put at home, and sometimes they fail to eat. But when they plant a tree, a fruit tree, and they pick the only fruit to eat, to be eaten only, so they would have saved the wasted food. So we have planted now many trees, and we have a plan to plant covering 100 acres and 10,000 trees in the coming years, and we're seeing a great achievement. Then secondly, we are also doing kitchen gardens where we use women care groups. We found that these women, they are the one responsible for cooking in our community. And if we sensitize them on how they can plant, how they can work on vegetables and get the right amount of vegetables that can be prepared for the meal from their kitchen garden, so they can save the wastage from the market, from the garden, from the market, and they cook the right amount of food, what they can eat at that time, and they utilize that food. Then from there, we realize that these people, this community, their habits of cooking, it is so contributing to carbon emission, and every time they cook, they use firewood, and use firewood that emits carbon and also contributes to deforestation, desertification. So now we have a project called climate friendly smart cooking stoves, where our women, our care groups, we sensitize them how they can construct these smart cooking stoves using mud that can save the environment, where they use briquettes on the ground, and those briquettes, they are made from the wastes, the waste disposal of these disposed in the community. They go and pick and they process them into these briquettes. And after coming up with the briquettes, they start cooking using those briquettes. Now they are recycling and using them to not to emit any carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. So our vision is to help in carbon emission, carbon absorption, and also help on the nutrition, and also help on the rainfall increase, and also help on the sensitization and awareness on climate. So that is the simple projects we are doing with Stephen, and we hope if we can unite together, we can. If we can work together, we can achieve together. And if we work separately, we are going all to fail. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. That was really wonderful. In fact, it reminded me of the small story that I have been hearing from my parents, that one stick will break, but together the pile of sticks and bundle will never break. And that's what you're trying to do, actually. A cumulative effort that works upon is working on your part, and we need to join our hands together and forgetting all the things and rivalry and join the hand of peace as well as friendship that will not only build compassion and love, but will also make us to have a beautiful planet as a legacy for our future. So, Purvi, what is your stand on that? And then I'll take up the views from Stephen and moving on to Brahmakumaris. So, in over just 1 minute, could you tell what do you think about the beautiful effort that Robert has been putting through his organization along with Stephen? Over to you. Thank you.
Amazing, Robert. Very nice. It's like you're closely connected to the nature, building the nature, planting trees. I think that's the most promising and the most challenging efforts to put. Like I say, like we can be an expert, we can go and sit in our comfortable desk and talk. But those who are getting their hands dirty out there, touching, feeling the soil, seeing, oh, the tree is going bad, maybe sometimes the health of the trees, the health of the soil. I think that is something which I always find one of the most, I mean, thank you for doing this. That's what I want to say. Thank you so much, because I know it's hard. And this also reminds me of the Forest Man of India. I also happened to meet his co-founder last year, no, early this year only in Amsterdam. And he also has a similar notion. He has been planting the trees in one part of India for years, and I think these are like the silent change makers, but they are the one who create a long lasting change. So I don't have anything to say, just thank you.
Yeah, beautiful. Thanks to them. So, Stephen, are there any particular plans or something special that you have been working with this project with Robert? Could you just throw a small insight before we move to Aneta? Over to you. Thank you. Kindly unmute yourself, Stephen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was trying to. I didn't have the authorization. This is exactly the kind of projects we want to support. So at Saving Our Planet, we have one spin-off, which is spin-off project, which is named No CO2 and ZeroCO2.org. With this project, we have planted trees in mangroves in Madagascar. We are preparing a large project in Brazil, and we are glad that we started this year with Robert, thanks to Rejoice Africa Foundation, this tree planting project in Africa, helping families improve their nutrition, and at the same time preparing for regenerating soil on a larger scale. And really scaling up is going to be the issue next year with this project, and so we are organizing for that. And I'd like to say that it was omnipresent at COP, this nature-based solution movement. So many people are doing the same thing all over the world, and it's really giving a sense on how we can work together to switch from the current model, which is maximum profit, high growth, to sustainable growth and regenerative economy, the donut economy, because by building smarter, more resilient economic systems, we can get a more sustainable growth with benefits which are better shared among various regions of the world. This might need actually some degrowth in the most developed economies. We are trying to avoid that, because if we go to that point, then there will be less funds available for international collaboration. So we want to avoid that. There still needs to be some kind of growth in the developed economies, but of course less growth than we had before, because we will have to pay for decarbonizing not only our economy, but helping other countries and funding the technology transfer to other countries which are developing faster, with a danger of reproducing the same mistakes, which is increasing coal consumption and staying dependent on oil and gas. And I wanted to say a last note on the COP presidency, because I think that the criticism has been very extreme and unfair and counterproductive. I hoped it would happen the way it happened, which is we have a perfect example of someone who has been the president of an oil company, doing the job of what had to be done to change course and bring the world on a more sustainable path. And people, some NGOs have been overly criticizing industry for bring people to the COP. But what happens is that the more people coming to the COP from those industries, the more people you have in the industry later who will act on climate change and who will change the course of action and the strategy of those large companies. And we cannot succeed alone. I mean, it's the climate transition.
Thank you very much.
It's individuals, companies, and countries.
Thank you, Stephan. Thank you so much for joining us. Please stay around as we walk forward to welcome the Brahma Kumaris. And I have with me the co-host, Sister Aneta. A very global namaste, Sister Aneta. You are joining from Mount Abu, and we are very heartily warming you at Healing Our Earth platform. We have our dignified guest with us, Sister Jayanti as well. And please, over to you with your comments, as well as let's work upon further of welcoming everyone. So, global namaste to you, Sister Jayanti.
And namaste, global namaste to you, Amrita.
Aneta, over to you,
Ji.
and then we will introduce and move forward. Thank you.
Yes. Global namaste to everyone. Greetings of peace to all my sisters and brothers, and Om Shanti. First of all, I would like really to thank the Global Namaste family and Brother Neil Kumar to organize this beautiful program and to invite us, the Brahma Kumaris, to share our experiences and insights from the COP28 and also what next. So in 2023, actually the world faced a very stark reality of the climate change. So now it is not anymore the future threat, but it's really the present crisis. And it is a multidimensional crisis because it includes also the biodiversity loss, it includes desertification, land degradation, human rights violation, also climate refugee crisis, and mental health to a very big extent. So it's a very complex issue. And as Stephan was saying, and I would like to echo what you said about the COP28 and the COP process, indeed for the last 30 years, the global community has been meeting under the UN agenda to deliberate, to discuss the climate change consequences and solutions. And in December this month, we had the biggest COP ever with more than 80,000 delegates. And I agree also that the more there are, the more awareness can be created of what has to be done. And during this COP, for the first time, also as Stephan said, the almost 200 countries that participated, they acknowledged the urgent need to transition away from all fossil fuels. And I think this is indeed a moment to celebrate because it was done on the consensus way, which is a very big thing, to have all countries present in the conference to agree on the same thing. And it took some quite of negotiation skills of the president and his team. But then on the other hand, of course, the text, the final text itself, the language is not that strong as we would like to see it, without maybe this time-bound commitments with many loopholes. So still the ambitions should be higher and the actions should be more. So today we would like to share actually the faith and youth perspective of what has happened. And these are two very important stakeholder groups. And both of them, they advocate for a transformative change with equity and urgency, but based on hope and resilience. So also in this year COP, for the first time ever, at such a big scale, there was the presence of faith leaders. So there was a faith pavilion, which was a beautiful space to host people of different faith traditions and religions. And it was very heartwarming to see everyone coming and having dialogue, exchanging what has been done and what we can do together. And I think most of them, or maybe all of them, agreed that this climate crisis is much more than just climate crisis. It is really the crisis of spirituality. So when we speak about phasing out fossil fuels, actually what first has to be done is to phase out ego and greed and replace it with love and faith. So this is what we have been also advocating. And the Brahma Kumaris is present at COPs, UN climate change conferences, since 2009, and we bring into this COP process the inner dimension. So we advocate, we speak, we explore the change in human consciousness, which will really bring long-lasting change outside. And today we have a big delegation with us. So of course, Sister Jayanti is with us, who is the head of our delegation. And we also have 5 other delegates who will share their experiences and their insights from the COP28. And if you allow me, before we start, I would like to present to you a short video where you will see what kind of activities were happening pre-COP and during COP and even outside of the COP. So I believe this can give you some feeling, more feeling what has happened and how the conference look. Is it okay if I share the video?
Yes.
And then we will ask Sister Jayanti and then other delegates from the Brahma Kumaris to share. Okay?
Yes, please go ahead.
So,
Thank you. Om Shanti.
Shanti, I hope that will work. Let's see. Can you see my screen?
Yes. We can't hear.
You can't hear. Oh, okay.
So Aneta, when you share the screen, you haven't joined the audio. So just join the audio at the bottom left, if you see. Just tick it so we can hear the audio. Don't worry, take your time.
Okay, where is it? Where should I click it?
Stop the screen share it back again. Before you share, at the bottom left, you will see join audio.
Thank you.
Put a tick on it and join audio, and we'll keep on going then. And you can play now.
I'm afraid I don't see this.
So if you click on it, it will play. If you click on the video.
Yes.
The audio is still not joined.
Okay.
Should I do the?
Yeah.
Can I do the?
Yes.
Video
Maybe Shantanu Bai can do that. Could
Yeah,
you make Shantanu?
Shantanu is the co-host as well. Shantanu, go ahead. And global namaste, Shantanu. Join the audio when you do that, and no worry. Or what we can do, we can go to Sister Jayanti and then play it. No worry.
Yes.
Sister
So,
Jayanti is already here. She can give us a nice spiritual.
Yes, we can play it maybe after Sister
Yes,
Jayanti shares.
no worry.
Yes.
Let's go to Sister
Yes, please.
Jayanti. Let's go to Sister
Shantanu
Jayanti.
so we will play it later, okay?
It worries me greatly that we remain so dreadfully far off track, as the global stocktake report demonstrates so graphically. And we need to remember, too, that the indigenous worldview teaches us that we are all connected, not only as human beings, but with all living things and all that sustains life. As part of this grand and sacred system, harmony with nature must be maintained. The earth does not belong to us. We belong to the earth.
For a layperson, sometimes this is like a different language. So often science is a bit fragmented and also a bit isolated. And I feel it is very important to build a bridge that scientific findings can be translated into action and the lay people understand it. So the idea of the studio was to bring together people from different backgrounds, also from science, but also from spirituality or from psychology, and discuss, have a meaningful conversation, which is in a way also transformative.
the inner dignity of the self and the connection of the inner being with my own core values, which actually are universal. You're not black, white, or brown or yellow. They are absolutely universal. And spirituality is what brings us back to that inner state of dignity. So we operate from that. And so I suggest that whether it's problems related to species and the violence against nature and so on, or whether it's just the humanity that needs to come back to its own state of independence, spirituality has very powerful answers for this.
Om Shanti. Thank you very much.
Om
So
Shanti.
I hope it gave you some ideas and feeling what's been done there. There was so many different types of activities, and you will hear more about them as we go. So now I would like to invite Sister Jayanti to share, Sister, your views, your experiences, and your inspirations for the future. Sister Jayanti is the additional administrative head of the Brahma Kumaris and is the main representative of the Brahma Kumaris to the United Nations in Geneva. And she has led the team of Brahma Kumaris in the COP conferences since the beginning, when we got accredited, so since 2009. And she has participated in most of them. And Sister Jayanti is a very loving faith leader. What she does, she awakens the hearts of everyone, and she encourages everyone for self-inner transformation, which will bring outer change. And she does it by shining very beautifully the light of spiritual understanding and divine love. So Sister Jayanti, please share your views with everyone. Thank you.
Global namaste to the Healing of Earth family. And thank you for giving us this opportunity to share with you our experiences from COP28. And yes, it was a huge event. Some people describe it as a Disneyland. Some people described it as a circus, different things. But of course, there was a lot of intense work going on all the time in terms of the negotiations, but also in terms of networking and communication. And this was the first time in all these years that the UNFCCC, the actual climate change conference body, invited faith leaders onto its platform. And you saw one of those round tables. And within that, there were two opportunities for Brahma Kumaris to participate on the UN platform in that way. But both of them gave us the opportunity to share the core message of spirituality, which is that we're here to change consciousness and not climate, in the sense that we've been creating the hot air, the emissions, etc. You know the science behind it. But if we were to look at it from an inner perspective and start with change within ourselves, and a change of consciousness leading to a change of awareness, leading to a change of vision and action, and so on, then perhaps we could deal with this crisis in a better way. Why? Because when human consciousness changes away from our limited material perspective of the ego of I to the inner being, there's a very important thing that happens. I connect with myself. And if there's one word that actually tells me what has been the cause of the crisis, but also can be the solution to the crisis, is this word connectedness. We've lost contact with ourselves. And as a result of that, what we find is that we're not able to connect with the happiness that lies within, the truth that lies within every single human soul. It is there, but we've lost contact with that because our attention is focused just totally outside. which means that we've become materialistic, we've become a consumer society, everything has become very commercialized. Losing contact with ourselves also means that we've lost real connection with our human family. And so we become divided. And as a result of that, the North, the global North has one perspective, the global South has another perspective. And what we need to do is to step aside and see the whole perspective. If we can connect with the self, connect with each other, then there could be a huge amount of love and compassion. But also, we've lost contact with nature. On the one side, nature is not just outside and all around us, but nature is this, my body. From dust we have come, to dust we will return. And so in Hindi, they would say, Akash, Agni, Vayu, Jal, Prithvi, the earth, the air, the fire, the water, the space. That is what this body is made up of. And the nearest connection that I have with nature is with my own physical body. Very precious, very valuable, a gift from nature. But of course, I don't understand that I have to be responsible and care for it. And we've done the same thing with nature outside. We've forgotten that it's one home for the whole of the human family, and we're all sitting in the same boat. If water comes in one side of the boat, then in a very short time, it's going to be swirling around my ankles on the other side of the boat also. And maybe why this COP took a big leap forward in actually for the very first time mentioning fossil fuels in the actual document, because can you imagine, even children understand the impact of oil and gas and coal on the elements out there. There's been enough science talked about for decades now, but it's never got into the official documents. And now, at least, it's got a little mention. It's nowhere near the step forward we need to take in terms of even asking for a phasing out and putting a time frame on it. But okay, it's a mention. But when I change my consciousness, I'm not looking to buy, I'm not looking to acquire, I'm not adding and accumulating, but I'm actually coming to the awareness that my happiness lies within. And when I go inwards, I'm connecting with that happiness that I can then share with others also. My consumption patterns change. I don't need another new pair of shoes. I don't need to buy the latest fashion trends anymore. I don't need to change my diet to killing life. I follow ahimsa, the path of non-violence, so that my diet is based on plant. Food and drink, both together plant-based, would change very dramatically the whole subject of carbon emissions. We're very concerned about transport, that's 14% of carbon emissions, but equally, agriculture is 14% of emissions also. And so you can see that changing my awareness and consciousness and connecting with humans and all forms of life and nature itself would then change my pattern of lifestyle in a very, very big way and simplify it, not in a sense of deprivation, but in a sense of understanding and empathy with nature itself. We've been destroying our own home. In reality, there's been aggression and violence of nature, exploitation of nature, and yet we would say it's Mother Nature. So how can I exploit and aggress my mother? But this is yet what we've been doing. And so the message of the Brahma Kumaris, a spiritual university, is a spiritual one, as you would imagine. But also you'll be hearing later about the way that the Brahma Kumaris have used solar energy and other renewables since the 80s. So it's not a fashionable bandwagon that we've been on, but it's been a reality of understanding how we can live with nature in harmony so that we are not harming nature, but we're coming to a state of harmony instead. And so I know that you'll be getting a lot of information for just one sentence, and that is to say that Brahmakumaris is probably, in India particularly, but other parts of the world are also following. We're probably the single largest user in terms of solar energy, because apart from the facilities that we have for renewable energies and a solar thermal electric station that we have that supplies electricity to our township of 25,000 people at the bottom of the mountain in Abu. We've also got solar cooking boxes and solar boxes for electricity in many of our centers around India. And we have about 5,000 centers in India itself. So you can see that it's actually been something that we've been very interested in. So renewable energies, plantation of trees, and big campaigns, not once, but several times, clean water, sustainable lifestyle. All of these things are part of the actions that come about in a very natural way as a change of consciousness. And so can I change my consciousness to see myself as that living being inside this temple, and recognizing the sanctity of this temple, also the sanctity of the whole world as a temple that has been given as a gift to us by the divine. We didn't make nature, we didn't make our bodies, they're a gift, and we have to look after them as trustees. And so it's so important that we simply shift our consciousness, and that all the changes that can happen and bring about harmony with nature, and again, a rebalancing of all the elements so that we can have a better world for all, so that the whole human family is able to flourish. It can all happen. The vision we have is of a beautiful new world that's just ahead after the dark night, the day, the beauty of the day is about to dawn. Thank you and global namaste.
Om Shanti. Thank you, Sister Jayanti. There were so many beautiful pearls of wisdom, but very practical also about how to change the consciousness, how important it is to do it, and what are the practical effects of that. So we do hope you will all experiment with this. So now I would like to introduce the next delegate from the Brahmakumaris team to share his views. And this is Golo Pilz. Sister Jayanti mentioned about the solar energy that is being developed and is used in Brahmakumaris in India. So Golo was indeed instrumental to initiate all the research and development activities in solar energy. And also he has been instrumental to make happen, to create the solar cooker, to create the India One solar thermal power plant. And Golo, he is always up to date when we speak about climate change trends, when we speak about negotiations. So he will also share some of his insights in that area. Unfortunately, Golo was not able to come and be with us in person, but he pre-recorded his message when he was still in Dubai for the COP28. So I hope you can also feel some vibes from Dubai while listening to him. So Neil Kumarji, please kindly share the video. Thank you.
Yes, hello. Thanks very much for the opportunity to share today here from the COP28 in Dubai. I'm sitting right in the Climate Wisdom Studio, Care, Share and Inspire, and today is the last day of the COP. Climate change is getting very serious. Floods, droughts, storms, heat waves, seawater level rise, and also our food security is threatened. Also, climate change is affecting the public health, and in many regions of the world it is becoming a big problem. So climate change is happening, it's becoming very serious, and lots of people are already affected all over the world. This year the climate conference in Dubai was having a record number of 84,000 delegates. This was the biggest climate conference ever. And the main topics here at the climate conference was about loss and damage. Loss and damage means that the rich countries, the developed nations, have been historically seen responsible for the emissions, and they are supposed to compensate the developing or the poorer nations in the world, which are not responsible for the emissions, to compensate them with funds as well as with a technology transfer. Just to give you an idea, for example, Africa is responsible for 3% of the carbon emissions, which are causing climate change. 1.5 billion people are living there, but Africa is suffering massively under the effects of climate change, and they don't have the funds, they don't have the technology, so rightly Africa is asking for some help. So this is a very difficult and tricky issue, because also the past plays a major role, and it's all about climate justice. And of course, once the West agrees that he's responsible for climate change and the damage, legally it is binding, and then they have to pay and to transfer funds. So it's becoming more and more complicated, and it's a big, big, big issue. Another big issue there is also the question of the national determined contribution. And this is the question that all the countries in the world, they have to agree as per the Paris Agreement to phase out and reduce fossil fuels, and also to increase their national targets. Means they have to agree to a certain amount of emissions they reduce and put this into a plan and actually follow it. So it is clear right now, as per the Paris Agreement, we're heading right now, as per this national determined contribution, they're called NDCs, we're heading right now for 2.7 or almost 3 degrees, which is catastrophic for humanity. So it is clear that at this COP here also, this national determined contribution have to be improved. So this is a big, big issue, because it is a very slow process, and the country is trying to, let's see, wiggle a little bit around and promise something, and so it costs money, and all the budgets in the world are stressed. So this is a big, big issue for discussion. Everybody has to promise to come up with better reductions of emission. And the last big tricky question here, the COP, which is very hotly debated, is if we shall phase out fossil fuel. Since almost 30 years, it is well known that burning of fossil fuels is causing greenhouse gas emissions and thus causing the heating of the planet. This year was the hottest on record, and they say we are now 1.43 degrees above the pre-industrial level, which is a lot. Paris Agreement says we should stay at 1.5 degrees maximum. So a big question is to phase out fossil fuels and leave coal, oil, gas in the ground. Of course, here at the COP, two mindsets are almost colliding upon each other. One is the idea and the concept of the European Union, African countries, the islands, and many, many other countries which say, yes, we should do that because the future of humanity is at stake. On the other side, we have countries which are heavily involved and profiting from fossil fuels. Their economy is depending on that. So they are saying, okay, let's phase out, but maybe slowly, and let's replace it also with some technologies to pull carbon out of the atmosphere and so on. So there's a big debate going on. How is the wording of the agreement: phase out, phase down, or completely stop it? And this today was a draft text being published by the presidency, which is by UAE. And this draft text, unfortunately, took out this whole paragraph with the phasing out of fossil fuels, which has created a lot of outcry amongst the delegates. And many countries are absolutely unhappy and say it's not going to happen like this. We're not going to sign our own death certificate. So language becomes a bit powerful, and let's see how that phase out. Another big issue is food reduction and carbon footprint. Our food production is having a very high carbon footprint. Meat production around the world, cows produce a lot of methane gas also, which is 80 times more powerful than CO2. And so there's a lot of debate going on how to make our global food production more sustainable. Also, public health was an issue which was discussed a lot, because public health now in many countries of the world is affected seriously. So, when we see the result at the COP, the draft text is not good enough. We need more ambition, and the negotiations are going into overtime. And this happened, this is now my 15th climate conference, and this happened actually every year, that the climate conference is going into overtime, and that at the end, these different ideas, they are sort of confrontational, discussed, and we'll have to see what will be the outcome and the final result. But emissions are always rising. After every climate conference, emissions in 30 years are going steadily up. So we're in a very, very tricky situation until and unless we really not change our lifestyle and initiate a new paradigm and leave fossil fuels in the ground. Very, very tricky to turn around the trend. So Brahma Kumaris has been here with quite a big team. More than 15 delegates have been there from the Brahma Kumaris, and we organized almost 15 programs in the Faith Pavilion. And our sister Maureen, she got a medal. This time, for the first time here at the COP, we had a Faith Pavilion, and there have been many programs in Brahma Kumaris is actively engaged in these interfaith programs, and we had many programs there, and we tried to create a common platform for all religions, and statement has been developed and handed over also to the COP presidency. We also have a powerful youth delegation here, which organized an exhibition. We had a stand there. Many, many visitors came to us. Our Radio Madhuban got accredited and did many interviews in the climate conference. We also did a public program at the Queen Elizabeth II, which was very well received. So Brahma Kumaris, very busy, big delegation and quite active. We also have organized a wisdom studio. I'm right now here in this wisdom studio, and its overall title is Care, Share and Inspire, and we did almost 13 programs and 40 speakers. And the idea was to bring science, spirituality and politics together and discuss solutions outside of the box, and most of all, bring in the needed spiritual, moral and ethical foundation, which is really needed here at the climate conference. Many delegates are quite frustrated about the outcome, almost burned out, and the media reaction towards the present situation is also not very good. And Vanessa Nakate, a young activist from Africa, she said at COP28, it feels as humanity shared lifeboat is sinking, and there are only hours left to negotiate. So you can imagine, for many people, this is a very crucial question. And the feeling is a bit of desperation, and we're not going to fix the problem of this climate change, which is affecting all of humanity and is becoming more and more serious as all over the world the signs and the signals of climate change are quite obvious. For example, 3 weeks ago here in Dubai, we had a flash flood and half of the city was flooded in up to 1 meter of water. So it's very important that the Brahma Kumaris is here and we give this important input of spirituality, that inner change brings also the outer change, the needed outer change. One of our main topics is also to connect people to their true inner self, to the divine, and enable them to build up inner resilience and inner strength. This is very, very important here. So we did many meditations at the climate conference, and we gave many presentations and talks, and we had the climate change studio, which worked very, very good, and where we discussed all these things, where we also did meditation. And our idea is to inspire people to connect to their inner self, to their true inner self, build up strong inner ethical foundation, and then build up resilience, strength, and reform the actions. Once the inner world is purified, once the inner world is peaceful, it reflects into our action. Once we all collectively do that, we all can together build an inner world. So this is the message of the Brahma Kumaris. And interestingly, this is now my 15th climate conference. Our message has been received very well this time. We're getting more and more invitations. More and more people ask for our input, and they see that we are consistently at the climate conference. We are offering free of charges our services, and people slowly recognize that, and they are also, we're getting a very good feedback also about our input here at the COP. So overall, for us and for our delegation, it is a beautiful chance to meet people, to interact with people, feel the pulse of the world, and give them much needed input of spirituality, of ethics into this climate conference. And we all hope that in the future there's chance that science and spirituality comes together. The next climate conference has also been finalized. It will be in Baku, COP29 in Azerbaijan, and we already make preparations there. We look into accommodation and so on. And we feel that the climate platform, the COP, is a very good platform to interact and bring and heal, let's say, science, spirituality, and politics, and bring them all on one common platform so they all share the common good for the people. I also like to express my thanks to Brahma Kumar, to the Raja Yoga Center here in Dubai, which has supported us with logistically transportation, food and accommodation, and made actually our stay here very, very wonderful. And personally, I feel always enriched to come to this climate conference, meet so many interesting people, so many people who want to save planet Earth, and it is also enriching for myself. So it's a very lovely and wonderful experience. Thank you very much.
Okay. Om Shanti. Thank you very much for playing the message of Golo. I think it was very comprehensive and also very detailed. So I hope it gave you more insights into what has happened and what is going to happen. And now I would like to introduce another friend of mine, Sonja Ohlsson. Sonja actually planted the seed for the Brahma Kumaris Environment Initiative, and she has been sustaining it since the beginning, since 2009. So she is the focal point of Brahma Kumaris to UNFCCC, and she's the one who is coordinating all activities before COP, during COP, and after COP, making sure that the message of spirituality reaches the most number of people. So again, she is not able to be with us tonight, but again, she wanted to be here so much. So she is with her heart, and she shared her message through the video, which I would like Nil Kumar to play. Thank you so much.
And I'm part of Brahma Kumari's delegation to COP28. And I've been participating in the conference for the last 2 weeks. So today is the last day of COP28, and I'm sitting here in our Climate Wisdom studio in Dubai. I am coordinating our activities at COP, and we have had more than 50 programs, so it's been a very busy time. But I have witnessed friendliness and kindness in the COP28. It's been over 80,000 delegates. But my experience is that when people are faced with a threat of an inhabitable Earth and a climate change emergency, they forget the normal divisions of nationality, of gender, of religion. And they unite together and help each other even more than before. So when I have moved around in this huge Expo 20 city, then people are very happy to help you, to guide you, to connect to you. And people connect, make connections very easily. And when I ask some of the delegates what they remember from the past conferences, they remember the meaningful meetings and conversations they've had with other delegates. That is what leaves a lasting impression. And that will be the same for the COP28 here in Dubai. And when we unite together and forget our differences, we can create a very clear goal of the future. And we can make a determined thought to create a sustainable future together. But actually yesterday in our Climate Wisdom studio, one participant said that, is it real? Should we really call it a sustainable future? Should we not call it a happy, beautiful, or harmonious future? And he compared it with a marriage. He says a good marriage is not called a sustainable marriage. It's called a happy marriage or a harmonious marriage. So in the same way, our future is a kind of marriage with the planet or Mother Earth. So let's discuss a happy, harmonious future. And when we unite and come together and we create this long-term vision and set a very clear goal, we also gather the enthusiasm and the energy to go for it. What I've also witnessed here in COP28 is the emerging influence of youth and of faith. And yesterday I learned from one delegate that they are now planning a youth academy to train younger generation to become negotiators and to be equal part of the negotiations. So youth are also more invited into the political decision-making bodies. And so that's very beautiful to witness. And as Brahma Kumaris, we are part of the faith-based community, the faith-based organizations, and this year we have had our own faith pavilion, and where we have had many programs, side events, interviews, meetings. So we can see that the faith-based organizations are also growing in their influence. Scientists, politicians, negotiators, they turn to the spirituality, to religion for guidance in values, in ethics, for private counseling, for meditation, and for peace of mind. And so youth and faith are growing. And I'm happy to share that in Brahma Kumaris delegation, more than half are under 35 years of age. So that's a very good news. It's the first time we had such a strong youth group. And another topic has been peace. And of course we are seeing that we have a growing number of serious conflicts and wars happening around the world. And we can see how much money is spent on wars and weapons, and the amount of money is skyrocketing. But if the same amount of funding and money were used on renewable energy, then we could secure our future. And people are watching this and seeing it and putting question marks to the system we are having at the moment, our global system, which has proven to be unsustainable. So in Brahma Kumaris, our overall theme is climate change and is consciousness and climate change. So we discuss a change of mindset. We have to think in a new way to take new decisions and therefore reach a new outcome, a new action. And people trust us when they see that we also put this change of mindset into action. So we share about our renewable energy and solar energy in India and also abroad. We share about the yogic farming, agriculture. And actually food and agriculture is also a growing field in the climate change conferences. Last year in the COP conference there were actually 4 pavilions just focused on food. So we have our sustainable yogic agriculture, which combines organic farming with meditation. And it hit the headlines from time to time because it's such a new field of research that you can add the power of thought to organic agriculture and thereby increase the yield, increase the percentage of vitamins and proteins, etc. And in the climate change conference, we have had press conferences about visionary leadership. We have had press conference about ethics that needed for to transition to renewable energy. And we have also had a press conference for the youth on climate stories and the stories of the young heroes in our world. So we witness that people focus on the word hope. People really need hope. And whatever brings hope. We have asked many delegates in our studio what makes you hopeful. and we have had many different answers. Some say technology make them hopeful, scalable technology. Some share that the increasing number of youth make them hopeful. Others share that when we engage in meaningful conversations and community building, it makes them hopeful. But for sure, it has become clear for everyone that in order to face the immediate future, which will include more climate catastrophes, we need to be very strong on the inside. We need to foster the inner peace, the inner love, the inner security in order to face whatever problems will be around us, but not only to face the coming catastrophes that are certain there will come, but we also need to be strong enough to help other people. And as I said, I'm sitting in the studio, and tonight we will have our last session. And there will be a guest who will share about the Amazonas tropical forest and what happens when it's reaching a very dangerous tipping point. And we will have another person from the faith-based community who works with climate justice and also with environmental psychology. And environmental psychology is also a growing field, as many, especially in the younger generation, are facing climate anxiety. They feel anxious, not knowing what future will be ahead of them, knowing that the future they face will be very different to what my generation are facing. So they need help to settle into a new future perspective, which will require much more strength from them and more cooperation, more trust than ever. So these were my witness here at the COP28, and you will hear from many other speakers in our delegation. And I wish you an interesting program. And I say thank you from our Climate Wisdom Studio in Dubai. Thank you.
Om Shanti. Thank you very much. And now I would like to invite the next person who will share his observation, and he is with us in person. And this is Shantanu Mandal. Today he is joining us from India, from Mount Abu. And Shantanu is representing youth in our team, however, already very experienced youth. And especially this year, Shantanu got a new opportunity to do new type of service, very innovative type of service, thanks to the press accreditation that he got. So Shantanu, please share with us your observations from COP28, your contribution, and what you take from the COP, and also what is your vision for post-COP28 future. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sister Aneta, and thanks to Neil Kumarji and his entire team who always work so hard to bring everybody together. And a global namaste to everyone. It's been a very nice and very new experience when I say for the COP this year, because as many have said it already, it is one of the largest COP that has ever happened. And I don't think there would be a bigger COP like this, because people already started talking about how beneficial was this COP to have such a big extent. Although when people say that it's not so inclusive, people are not participating, then where does this 80,000 people come from? So the party's number is fixed, the parties or the national delegation is always fixed. It might increase with 10 people more, but it cannot increase up to 1,000 more. So it is the civil society that was included more, and I would always appreciate this initiative of the COP presidency to bring so many people more, as well as so many indigenous people and the youth. The Young Negotiators Training Program that Sonia was mentioning is something that started with this COP presidency, and the climate champion Shama She really helped a lot in shaping up this. They are training selected youth from different countries to become young negotiators. However, even if they are trained, they are not party negotiators. They can be part of the negotiations, but they can't really make any big decisions. One of the observation of this COP was that there were 10 declarations and pledges made, 2 pledges and 8 declarations. And out of those declarations, there were declarations on agriculture, there were declarations on health and climate nexus, and many other things. And you would see many countries endorsing them. The highest number of declaration that the countries endorsed was on health. And this year in the COP, for the first time ever, there was a health day dedicated to health and the well-being of people. But what is very interesting is there are 2 declarations that didn't see so much of countries or parties acceptance. And what are these? I'll read it to you. One is the declaration, the COP28 UAE Declaration on Climate Finance. It was endorsed only by 13 countries. The second declaration was Oil and Gas Decarbonization Charter that was endorsed by 52 countries. Rest all other declarations are taken care by 150 countries, 140 countries. But the crucial ones that were supposed to be or were needed to be accepted more were not accepted. And you see, since Paris, the fossil fuels were one of the primary agendas. And this time, bringing a new terminology, they have really changed the entire story. And the new terminology is not phasing down, not phasing out. The new terminology is transitioning away from fossil fuels and tripling the renewable energies. So now this could mean a lot of things. Transitioning away can mean in 200 years. It can mean in next 2 years as well. So it is such a big open-ended loophole that people are going to be circusing around. So this shows that the COP or the multilateral system is a process-driven system that puts a lot of emphasis on the process rather than on the people that this process is supposed to serve. And that's why I believe that every individual has a role to play. Me, you, anyone cannot sit and say the government has to change and they have to bring a declaration or they have to start doing things before I can do something. As Sister Jayanti in the beginning mentioned, the lost word is connectedness. I think we have to connect ourselves to this crucial question. What am I doing right now? What am I able to do? And am I doing that? I might be able to do this much, but am I doing that? I should ask that question to myself. Before I start asking the governments and any other authorities to come and give results, I have to step up my individual game. I am asking the governments and the parties to, raise their ambition to achieve higher goals. I have to do that for myself first. Am I choosing the right things when I go to a market? Am I using the right kind of transportation? Am I saving the electricity? Am I doing the very right things that I can do and then look for the government? Because I believe change can happen from a very small group of people. You don't need the entire world to change. You need very committed, a little group of people to change. And when they start thinking, as Sister Jayanti mentioned, when they start shifting their consciousness, that small group of people can really result into a massive change. All revolutions, all changes in the history of humankind has been started by 1, 2, 10, a very little group of people. And I believe all this little gathering of ours here could be that group. My last and very last thought would be that let us love properly. When I say love, love means love with respect. There is no love without respect. What is love without respect? So if I respect myself, I respect other living beings, not just respecting humans, but respect all other living beings. I would start living a life that is very respectful, respecting Mother Nature and the resources. And rest of the stories are already shown in the videos, and maybe we will be sharing in the coming days. Thank you so much for listening. Om Shanti.
Om Shanti, thank you, Shantanu Bhai, and thank you for bringing up this individual contribution that we all shall make. And actually, from the beginning of this program, there was a lot of very beautiful and meaningful conversation on that topic. So this is very valid and very important. Thank you. And now I would like to ask another friend of mine, Valeriane Bernard. She is based in France, but Valeriane, actually, she does her service at the United Nations in Geneva, where she works with human rights. And she has been with the BK team for the Brahma Kumaris Environment Initiative since the beginning, since 2009. And also she has been coordinating the interface activities since the beginning of their existence at UNFCCC, which is for the last 10 years. She has been the co-chair of Interfaith Liaison Committee, which is an open platform for all different faith traditions, for all different religions, to come, have dialogue, and see what can be done together. So she is very much instrumental for uniting the hearts and joining the hands of people, so together we can co-create a better world. So dear Valeriane, I would like to ask you now to share what you felt at COP, what was maybe new there, and what do you think is ahead of us? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this nice introduction, Aneta. Thank you very much, Nilkumar, for inviting me and for providing this wonderful platform, and global namaste to all my brothers and sisters online, and Om Shanti. Yes, it was, and it is a privilege to have been at the COP. And I've had this duty or task for past 10 years to be co-chairing, meaning organizing, facilitating the conversation of the different faith-based organizations by providing a platform where everyone, all faiths, can come, join, work, talk, share together. The first thing we do, as was shown briefly in the film that Shantanu shared, is a Talanoa dialogue, where, according to the Fijian indigenous tradition, we ask people to reflect after a panel of information sharing on what's at stake at the new COP, on the first day of the COP. We get people to think deeply on where are we at, where do we want to go, and how will we get there. And we do that in small groups so that everyone has the capacity to join in that conversation. It can be people from the local government where we're at, and from the local faith communities. It can be activists from any different organization working on the ground, or people working with advocacy. And so it's always a privilege, because people feel so heart welcome and feel that they're able to be together before the COP, because the COP is very intense. It is a lot of work, a lot of running around, a lot of people to meet, being always at your top. And so the Talanoa dialogue provides a space of faith that the Brahma Kumaris support in their own spiritual way. And we had the different talks on very important topics of the COP. So the different dialogues were on climate change and intergenerational justice, indigenous peoples' participation in the negotiations, gender inclusive climate action, and the Gender Plan of Action, climate finance, mitigation and ending fossil fuels, topic of just transition, the global goal on adaptation, loss and damage, the global stocktake processes, human rights in the negotiations and food systems in agriculture. So in this event, it allows people to connect to each other according to their interest and to really have a deep conversation. And out of these conversations, the Interfaith Liaison Committee created a call. So it's like the essence of all these conversations. And we call to the governments at the COP by giving this call to the presidency, but also to the UNFCCC Secretariat, the call for action that all these different people from all these different faiths actually are asking for. And because of this work, because of this dialogue making, also we were asked by the UNFCCC to conduct 2 dialogues at the COP with the religious people, because as you know, the Pope was supposed to come at the COP, and in the end he couldn't make it. But there was an eye on the importance of the role of religions, the importance of the meaning, the hope they can bring, but also the ethical aspect that they are, in a sense, commending to all different people at the COP to take into account. So this was a very beautiful experience because it was over 60 people in each dialogues who came and who shared their point of view, their perspectives, the needs that they are. And it allowed all of us to be on the same platform. This was a beautiful experience. One of the big topics that happened to be at the center of many faith groups is the non-material loss and damage. As you know, the loss and damage was a great success because it was decided on the first day of the COP. So it brought a lot of enthusiasm. It brought a lot of hope in people. First, the quantity of money that was dedicated, I mean, hundreds of millions is really not going to help the people, all the people who are poor, who are living in difficult situations to face the climate crisis. So of course, we really need a lot of financial effort from the countries of the North, a bigger effort, I would say. And one of the conversation is on the non-material loss and damage, because people have to take into account that what happens is that people lose their land, they lose their country, they lose their culture, they lose their way of life. If you lose your home, you lose everything. So how can you actually, you can't financially do anything about that. So it has to also be taken into account. And one of the great debate that was there also at the COP that I felt is a very important one is that we have to take into account the aspect of human rights throughout all the texts, all the decisions, because this is how we can guarantee the well-being of people. And of course, as my brothers and sisters from Brahma Kumaris have said today, we encourage everyone to shift awareness, to shift consciousness for climate as an interaction, but also we see that the biodiversity of our planet, just like the biodiversity of our own body, has to be taken into account, because we only have one planet. There is no planet B. So the climate action, the climate justice has to really take a much more powerful stand in the negotiations. And you cannot do that without phasing out of fossil fuel, because it has to be a decision to actually change the way we do business, change the way we do our societies. It all starts from within. If I complement my own inner spirituality, if I become aware of my own inner potential and start living by it, then my needs are going to be less. And the just transition is about everybody's needs adapting to the situation today, so that there is a transformative change that can happen. And we have the beautiful example of the yogic farming in our own organization, where people from different backgrounds, farmers from India, have been actually living the change from within and bringing out their spirituality. I think my friend talking after me will probably speak on that much more eloquently than I would, but I just feel that this is so important, because our health depends on the food we eat. And also the intergenerational justice is an essential aspect, because as Shantanu was saying, they're training young negotiators, but they don't allow them to participate in the negotiations, when youth have been asking to be able to have a voice. So not a voice on the side, but to be part of the decision making. And I would say that overall, this COP was also thanks to the Faith Pavilion. It provided an oasis where many of the faith could go and sit there. They felt they had a place to go and interact and network, and that was a very pleasant experience to many. And I think that the amazing quantity of business who were there were actually the most quantity of business ever, negotiating fossil fuel, negotiating many other profit-making aspects of climate change. So I do feel that in our heart, we need to be very peaceful. These people are our brothers and sisters as well. And at the same time, we have to be aware that we need, all of us individually and collectively need to make all these changes to come in a space where we are becoming free from whatever is damaging our planet. So thank you very much for giving me this space. There is, of course, much more to say, but that I think is enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Valeriane, for shining the light on the interface activities and how things can join us, can unite us and not divide. Thank you very much. And last but not least, I would like to ask my wonderful sister Priyanka Patil. She has been maybe one of the youngest members of the interface community, and it was her first COP. And Priyanka is very experienced regenerative agronomist and gardener. She's the founder of Golden Era Eco Services. So she has been really very knowledgeable, very passionate, very loving, ray of hope. I would say wherever she appeared, she brought hope and light. And she was working with children, with youth, with interfaith communities in the area of food, agriculture, and health. So, Priyanka, please kindly share with us what you think about this COP, how you feel about it. Was it interesting for you? What you take out from it? And what do you think about the future after the COP? Please, thank you.
Namaste, Namaste Global Family. Yes, this is my first COP, and this is a very amazing experience to meet the global family who is working on environment, climate change, and all these sectors. And first time I became a part of interfaith community as a faith-based organization, and it's really nice to be a voice and speak about your feelings and emotions, how you feel, how we can contribute for this climate crisis happening. So we meet lots of people as we get accredited as a press, and I was representing their agriculture moderator, and we organized events on children and youth pavilion, and again uh, based on how we can create a resilience system and resilience community where we can create a one type of habitat. It's like nature or forest where the connection and interconnectedness can solve this all the crisis is the just the outcome of all these things, and it's a beautiful platform for us to meet, to interact, and to share our feelings and our nature based solution. As I used to work with the communities, the marginal communities and kids over the India, and some people, they are from tribal backgrounds or indigenous people, and it's very nice to see the inclusiveness in the COP28. So there are the kids who are participated, the 10 and the 11 years old, and the indigenous people and the farmers, they participated there, and the food health system are more in the limelight, I used to feel over there. And yes, we used to participate in how healthy diet system, and how by shifting our habits, like having more plant-based diet, and by growing our own highly vibrational food, can help to solve this bigger crisis. Because when it comes about food, the sister Valeriane, she told about how Brahma Kumari is engaged in the yogic agriculture, and how the thought-based methodologies and our thoughts impact on how we grow our food. And by just giving the vibrations or the thoughts of love, care, respect, the food and the harvest is really highly vibrational. So, so that highly vibrational food with this like a plate having diverse food, we can change the climate crisis with that plate. So this I feels, because the today we have the monoculture mentality, and the war starts from the land, from the boundaries, then that war comes to landscapes in the farms, and that war is coming on our mind through our food. So this is not like a war, it's something happening outside, and born away from you, but it's still something happening inside us due to that food and the things is growing with that industrialist, that the mentality of the greed and all these things, making it less vibrant, and how I can create the impact, the positive impact, by just shifting my lifestyle with more energetic and more positiveness and more consciousness in the food system. So here we are working with communities and we are supporting them how together we can be a space for all the creatures and create the community gardens, create the nutrition gardens, and also incredible edible gardens. So by that we can solve this food and nutrition issue, because food, nutrition, environment, and everything is like a connected, and we are going through lots of spirals of erosion in the society, and we need the ecosystem thinking, and this system thinking helps us to solve and find all the sweet spots from where we can convert this all the spiral of erosion from society, in agriculture sector, in health sector. We are going through lots of diseases, majorly lifestyle diseases, and all these problems we can solve with all by reverting this spiral of erosion with the spiral of abundance, with nature-based solutions, by thinking as a whole, as my friend Valeriane mentioned about the body diversity. It's like we are thinking we can solve this problem by solving one problem at a time, but when we think we are the system, and any single part is get affected, then whole system get affected, and we can solve this system, we can solve this problem by the thinking we all are the system. And yes, we came there and we united for this thought. We can be a community and we can provide space for ourselves and others to be free and to share their own stories, to inspire and motivate the people around the globe. I meet lots of people. I learn from their experiences how I can look the problem with different perspective, with different angle, and how we all can solve it together. So so that no one can live behind, which is the theme and main goal and motto of the COP28, I feel. And as per the theme, key act, unite, and deliver. So I feel we acted there as a team. We united all the youth, all the um, government leaders, all the parties, and indigenous people, children and youth, and marginal farmers and regenerative gardeners over there. They have the space, and we all came together and we shared our ideas, and we inspired by each other's stories, and we are like full of treasures now, and we are here in our back to our home and communities with lots of learnings, and we are applying these things how we can do the better. Whatever the difficulties we were facing earlier, how we can solve it together with indigenous knowledge, with the indigenous wisdom, and by adding all the values, by adding the spirituality, and by adding our vibrations into it. So and one more best learning from the COP is like to listen. So it's a greater kindness to listen. So I used to patiently listen the amazing stories, and this changed something within me, and I'm very grateful to be the part of COP and to be here in this family to share my little story of COP28 and the learnings with the collaboration, cooperation, being a team, and being a home. And home is it's like with full of love and respect. Thank you.
Thank you for this beautiful and honest sharing, and thank you for being such a wonderful inspiration and for your work in food and communities areas. So now I think we have heard so much, and I believe it's time to pause and reflect. So I would like to ask Sister Jayanti to lead us into this inner experience of reflection. Sister Jayanti. Thank you.
Thank you to Aneta, and thank you to all the people who contributed at COP, but also today in this Healing Our Earth program. So I'm sure you're sitting comfortably. Well, just take a moment now to go inwards and reflect on some of the things that you were hearing about. The inner being, consciousness, mindset, respect, love, truth, harmony. Where do all these things exist? When I go deeper and deeper within myself and come to the awareness of the spiritual being that I am, the being of light, shining in the center of the forehead, connected with myself, I realize that the treasures of all these beautiful qualities are within me. I don't have to look for them outside, but they are there within the soul itself. Connected with myself, I turn my thoughts to the divine. And in this connection, yoga, union with the Supreme, with the source of light, of love, of truth and peace. I draw spiritual power from the source. Not only does this power reach me, but this light and the power of love, the power of peace, reaches out and touches the human family. And as souls experience a moment of peace and a moment of pure, unconditional, non-judgmental love from the divine, hope awakens that yes, God's power is that which can transform this world of ours. God's light reaches even beyond the human family to embrace all living creatures, wherever they are on this planet, whoever they are. But God's light touches them all, and they feel protected and safe. God's light touches all aspects of nature. The earth, the air, the water, the fire, space. And God's light provides balance and restores harmony amongst the elements of nature and also with all forms of life and even human beings. God's light brings back the golden age, the day, so that from the dark night of Kali Yuga, we move forward into the age of truth, Satyug, the day, once again. With each one's finger of cooperation, of yoga, and the power of the divine, the future is one of truth and beauty, of harmony and peace, justice and equity for all. Om Shanti, and a global namaste, and many, many thanks for this wonderful opportunity to share our experiences. Thank you.
Global Namaste, Sister Jayanti. Just before we let you go, since we are actually live on many partner channels on social media, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and other channels, one of the questions that people are asking, and two questions, very important. There are several questions. I've summarized two of them. Number one, is the earth still going to deteriorate a bit, then stabilize? And will it ever improve? Please give us a view on that.
Spirituality not just gives me hope, but gives me the understanding that soul is eternal, nature is eternal, and whatever is the immediate crisis that we're going through, and whatever is the turmoil that lies ahead in the immediate future, beyond that is a world of harmony and peace. Kali Yuga finishes, Satyug begins. But now, at this moment, this is the critical time in which I have to change my awareness and consciousness through my relationship with the divine, and then I can prepare myself for Satyug and help others do the same.
Okay, so what Sister Jayanti is saying, that we have a hope, so living hope, there is a possibility. Sister Jayanti, you mentioned Satyug. Could you tell us for non-Hindi or Sanskrit people what Satyug means?
The term Satyug means the age of truth, and the word Kali Yuga means the age of death, the age of the machine, the age where there are constraints of time. And so from this dark age, we are moving into the new age, Satyug, the age of truth, the golden age. And all of us can participate in that creation through our own inner changes with the power of the divine.
So that goes with what you just gave us a bit of hope a moment back, that yes, there is a possibility of good era coming. So together, let us all work together to make this happen. The second summary that was, apart from many questions, was, can you put them in order? Three of the important factors that are very important now in light of the fact how we have abused the earth. What is the importance of the order? Water, oxygen, sunlight. Can you put them in order?
All of them are interconnected. Can I say my bones are more precious than the muscle? Can I say my eyes are more valuable than my liver? Everything works together in perfect harmony when there's good health. In the same way, when we're regarding nature as a living being and we're giving respect to nature as we're supposed to within our tradition, because we always saw nature as being sacred, then we see all aspects of nature as sacred, and we want it to stay together in perfect harmony. And so at this moment, taking love from God, we're able to support nature to return to a state of harmony.
So, sister, I want to press you down further on this. The sun is blaring quite well and actually increasing its temperature. So I'm sure that it's going to be there for a few million years. What I believe now that water is getting scarce, and oxygen, we realized during the pandemic, was so much required that literally within few seconds, if you don't have oxygen, you can start being branded and suddenly being dead. So oxygen has taught us that. So between now, oxygen and water, what do you think we should preserve more, or where do you think we should be going? That's what people want to know.
On a practical level, I think we should be very careful how we use water and limit ourselves before it runs out. There's so many different aspects to this. You know, the crisis in Chile, when they had the riots a few years ago, that's right, in 2019, and COP got changed from Chile to Madrid suddenly. And it was because of the riots. And the riots were there because one of the main factors was that water had been sold to a multinational company. I won't name and defame, but the water had been sold to a soft drinks company. And so people ran out of water, they had no money, and there were riots. And so I think that it's our responsibility to look after that very carefully. And if we also make sure that we are moving away from fossil fuels, then the oxygen that we are receiving from nature freely can be there in abundance for us. But yes, connecting with the sun of knowledge. Behind me, you've seen this image of the light, and it's a representation, but there is the physical sun, but the sun of knowledge is the divine. And so connecting with the sun is absolutely vital for the warmth of love and the energy that God can give us.
And sister, with ever shining smile of yours and the aura that we bring on this earth, sister has now told everybody, try to use water conservatively, do drink water enough, but remember, there are people who haven't got access to water as well. So save the water whichever way you can. Sister, one question from me. You were in the COP28 and you've been in the COP in Scotland, even you were there and before. And in fact, we were the first one together during pandemic where we started not only the climate, but we also did healthy planet, healthy mind. What I would like to ask you, what part does spirituality play in all of this?
Spirituality is the life force that allows life to flourish. And where we've forgotten about spirituality and come into materialism and consumerism, we see the result. We're looking for love, we're looking for peace, and it's running away further and further away from us because we're looking in the wrong direction. We have to look inside to the spiritual being that I am. And so spirituality is life itself.
Thank you, sister. Coming from you all this, it is very obvious. Spirituality is a very important part of the life. Sister, we love you, as does most of the world over here who are following you on social media in different countries. I would also like to acknowledge Sister Maureen, who actually gained a medal over there. So let's just call her and maybe we have a minute or two from Sister Maureen. Sister Maureen, a global namaste to you and very well done. You brought in some coolness, calmness, composedness, and well done at the COP28. What are your views what happened today here on Healing Our Earth, and what were your views when you were in there in Dubai?
Thank you. Global namaste to everyone. Well, I enjoyed hearing all the reports and comments, and I think that really everything has been covered very, very well. And I think that I was very moved by the the thought or the drive towards climate justice, because as we know, it's the countries that are the least responsible for climate change who are suffering the greatest effects of climate change. And I really hope that climate justice can really come more to the forefront, because this is what is needed. And so we still have a situation in the world where one group of people really dominates over another group of people, and where this sort of dehumanization continues to happen, then it's very difficult to get equity, sharing, and to bring the flourishing world that we need. So attitudes need to change very deeply, which I think has been shared by many. And yes, I was very privileged to be at the pre-COP Summit for Faith Leaders, and the UAE government was really emphasizing inclusivity of faith communities, of youth, of women, and it's done a lot to move in that direction in this COP, especially with the Faith Pavilion. So, and I particularly had a meeting with the Secretary General of the Council of Muslim Elders, and he was just so sincerely wanting there to be greater movements by the leaders towards taking the hard decisions and the crucial decisions that will really help to bring climate justice. So I still maintain hope, but as Sister Jayantididi has said, we're really moving towards a new era, and it really has to be a complete change, and the impetus for that will come from a deep spiritual change within. So that's the message that we continue to give, that our consciousness is so important and has a direct impact on the climate. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you, Sister Maureen. And would like to acknowledge once again, you got a medal for your contribution on the earth. And as Sister Jayantididi says, be cool, be calm. Kali Yuga is coming. If we all work together with such blessings, I'm very proud of both of you over here. Sister Jayantididi, thank you for your ever smiling aura and energy that you always bring, not just to healing our earth, but to the Brahma Kumaris and the world all over in so many countries. Thank you very much. And we'll see you soon back again, Sister Jayantididi, and all the people at Brahma Kumaris. Okay, now we move to Aneta and Amrita. So before we move to Honey and Charles Appleby for the next sector, Amrita, Aneta, what did you think of all the things that we heard and the fact that Kali Yuga, the good times, the triumph over evil, the brightness over darkness, which is coming soon? Amrita, over to you, and then Aneta.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. It was really a very insightful as well as a very beautiful experience for me to host Sister Jayantididi and all the people from Brahma Kumaris. And also it was a very sweet delight to meet Priyanka Patil as well, a very young soul who has been working and passionate enough for environment and the awareness, and the kind of ideas she had shared are the brilliant ideas that bring a lot of scope for us to think about what all can be done and how beautifully we can incite all these things. And the best part is spirituality in general is the key answer to a lot of things, because it brings hope, it brings love and compassion. And these three qualities are the primary qualities for which the existence of the earth is there, on which our soul and our life is residing, and we all are believing and hoping for the better future. So as been mentioned, it is really very nice to think about that, and if we all are spiritually enlightened, I think we can make a better future in the coming days. And I think I'm resonating with Sister Aneta as well. So I'd like to ask, before we move to Honey and Charles. So Sister Aneta, please put on your light. And it was a very beautiful session. I'd like to personally thank you and from the whole family of Healing Our Earth as well for making this beautiful episode of COP28. So over to
So, Amrita, just to tell you, Aneta put everything together in 48 hours, and then we threw her in the deep water and said, you're also going to be the co-host. So, Aneta, welcome. You've reached India. You were there also in Dubai. Your thoughts of how the Brahma Kumari delivered their thoughts and how you felt at Healing Our Earth. Over to you, Aneta, before we move to Ani and Charles.
Yes, Om Shanti and Global Namaste to everyone again. And for me, it was really an honor and privilege to get to know all of you and to be with you. And it was indeed the first time I was a co-host. So thank you for your patience and understanding. And I am just so happy to be part of the Brahma Kumaris and this extended family, because the spiritual understanding gives me the purpose. It gives me the courage. It gives me actually the confidence to move on. It's much more than hope. I am confident that the light is coming after the darkness, that the Sat Yuga is coming after Kali Yuga. I just know this inside me, and that makes me really very motivated to stay on this path with courage, determination, and love. And I'm always very happy to hear the stories of communities and also individual people, like I have heard before our session started. So thank you for being together on this wonderful journey towards a flourishing future, flourishing world. So thank you very much, and all the best to all of you. Om Shanti and Global Namaste.
Aneta, thank you very much. We wish you all the best. And you were, of course, there at COP28. Om Shanti to you, and may peace be with you. Thank you.
Om Shanti. Namaste.
Om Shanti.
Okay, Amrita, what we do now, we're going to move over to our next sector and bring in Honey, who is a part of Healing Our Earth. She's a senior host at Healing Our Earth. Honey, for a whole week, has been actually holding a shorter sessions here on Healing Our Earth as well, where Charles has been there, Stephan has been there, Shailandra was a part who was in Dubai, but he's on his way to Florida at the moment. So it's wonderful to have them. So Honey and Charles are going to tell us with the kind of outreach and the people they met. Stephan, I think, is still here. We might bring him back on here. Amrita, you, of course, are the anchor of this episode. As always, you are a very senior anchor now. What do you feel you learned, Amrita, from the previous first hour people and the Brahma Kumaris?
I personally learned to be more calm and more vigilant, and to have a better emotional health on that basis, to be responsible enough to take the right decisions when I drink water, when I buy food from the market, when I take the garbage out of my home, and when I choose any of the basic things in my house, because all these small things matter. And yes, I have a beautiful garden which I'm going to grow more. And that's what is the take from my side. And I think spirituality can find answers to a lot of things. And global warming is one of the things where not only the scientific researches and logics can go, but also the faith in yourself can build up a lot of things for a golden future ahead.
Thank you, Amrita. Well, let's move to our smiling Honey and Charles, who is from Rotary as well, as is Honey, and they're very regular contributors to Healing Our Earth. Global Namaste, Honey and Charles, and it's all yours from now over the next 45 minutes. Feed us with all the updates you've got for COP28. Over to you.
Thank you so much. And a global namaste. Thank you, Amrita ji, as well. What a lovely, lovely session. And what wonderful hosting. Great question.
Thank you, Haniji.
Really enjoying, and also the beautiful spiritual connection to environment. Sister Jayanti, and of course all our lovely Brahma Kumari sisters, the way they see the world is so beautiful. I wish more people can see the world in such a beautiful way. But whilst we were doing these 12 days, Amrita ji, it was really, really amazing, because we got an insight, and Charles, I'm sure from Saving Our Planet will add to this, that we had such a wonderful insight into so many people working within the field of the environment with their own specialities, their own skills and knowledge, etc., all trying to contribute to make this world a better place. But at the same time, we also found out how much work needs to be done, because really the whole world, there's so many resources that are missing right now. So many things needs to be replenished in the world. And of course, with the greenhouse gases and the ozone layer and all the climate change discussions, there are some really, really heavy discussions taking place at the moment. So for that, I would like to also introduce our lovely Charles Appleby, my co-host, who joined me for the 12 days. And of course, those 12 programs were supported by our one and only Healing Our Earth, as they always do, always supporting all the good work that's happening out there in the world. So first of all, a global namaste to you, Charles.
Thank you so much, Hani. A very big welcome to everybody. And it was lovely to hear the introduction that we had just at the beginning from Brahma Kumaris and the importance of spirituality. I mean, I feel that this is something that I can absolutely build on. And it's sadly, it's more than doing a little. There's a lot for all of us across the world to do if we're going to achieve the objectives from COP28. But first of all, let me give you a little bit of an introduction. As Hani says, what we did, we delivered 12 live broadcasts.
First of all, Charles, tell people a little bit about yourself, because of course, Saving Our Planet is a fantastic, charitable organization that's doing a lot of work within the field of the environment as well as protecting the planet. So tell us a little bit about yourself, so then we can move on to talking a little bit about the COP28, and also our wonderful audience members from around the world, our lovely Healing Our Earth family members, can get to know you if they haven't seen you already.
Sure. Okay, so I'm with Saving Our Planet. I'm a founder member of Saving Our Planet, and I'm also the founder of NoCO2.org. So what we do is N0CO2.org. So what we do, we plant trees. We plant millions of trees, and we make it easy for people to take action on stopping global warming. And at the same time, that also creates paid work for families in extreme poverty. I'm very pleased to welcome today Stephan Savarese, who's also online here.
Yeah, we'll be calling, Stephan we'll just be calling him literally in a couple of minutes here, dear Charles. Let's share a little bit with our audience members what they'll be expecting today, because today we will be, of course, discussing a few of the highlights, some of the updates that we discovered whilst doing our COP28 interviews, and of course a few little, if we get a chance to show you some visuals, maybe a chance to see exactly what was happening at the COP28, the kind of things that were there. Especially there were some interesting little pods, weren't they? These pods that we talked about. Oh, there you go, Stephan. He's just joined us now. He's going to be joining us. So Stephan was one of our Saving Our Planet members who was there live at the COP28, giving us every single day, daily little highlights and live updates from the, I would say, the Dubai itself. So first of all, welcome to you, Stephan, from, of course, Saving Our Planet. And Charles, what was a question that you had or you wished to ask Stephan about the COP28 updates?
Yes, thanks for inviting me again. Actually, I was here a couple of hours ago on this call, and I had made the connection. So yes, COP28 was a great event. And we had a little exchange about this. It's the place where the world needs to save the climate. So of course it resonates with Saving Our Planet.
Yes, but I mean, Charles, you must have a few pressing questions from your side about this COP28. Would you have some questions to perhaps interrogate our lovely Stephan with?
Well, let me first, Hani, set out what I think we need to talk about here. I think we need to talk about what the outcome of COP28 is. We'll have all read about it in the paper and on the news, but what really does it mean? So secondly, what does it actually mean for the world? And thirdly, what does it mean for all of us? So I've got a view on this. So let's ask Stephan that first question. Stephan, what's your view of what the outcome of COP28 really means for the world?
Yeah, so as Aneta said, there is a lot of hope coming from the declaration. However, the commitments are still just there is just a trickle of commitments, and it will take probably several months in the next climate summit to really raise the stakes and raise the commitments to what they should be. But what matters is that we had a first commitment to phase down fossil fuels, and also a big success on loss and damage. And finally, more and more support for nature-based solutions as opposed to business as usual solutions. So I think that's the key 3 takeaways from COP28.
Okay, super. I mean, Honey, would you like me to talk about my thoughts on that now, or do you want to do that?
Yeah, please share. What do you think? That would be really interesting to know what your opinions and your thoughts are on this.
Well, what the headline news is, just to remind people, since it was a few days ago, the head of COP28, the Sultan, the UAE Sultan, got the agreement that he wanted, which is really for nations to contribute to deep emission cuts by transitioning away from fossil fuels. Okay, so that's the headline agreement, and I think that what that shows is that the whole world is not in the process of pulling apart. The world is coming together to an extent to deliver this unanimous agreement across oil producer countries and oil consumer countries. Okay, but on the other hand, the very next day, it was reported that the Sultan gave an interview, and what he said is that UAE and other oil producer countries will continue to pump oil and gas and invest in more output while there is more demand for oil and gas. So what do we make of this?
Well,
so what's happening here is that there's been a battle for a long time between the producer countries and the consumer countries. And sometimes articles are swayed towards, well, look, it's the producer countries who are the bad boys and girls, and other times it's swayed towards the others, that it's us, the consumer countries, who are the bad boys and girls. But it's like all systems, the system has to be in balance. And what the world's agreed is that the balance point needs to be moved towards less fossil fuels. So my reading of this, if demand is going to be reduced, it's absolutely over to all of us. It's over to all of us to do something about it. So we just heard Sister Jayanti from Brahma Kumaris talk about this. There's the spiritual aspect of people doing something about it. And this is so critically important. Whatever it is, whether it's the politics, the values, people's faith, spirituality, if people are interested in protecting the future for themselves, for their own families, for their own country, for whatever. And for me, it's critically important. I mean, we're not going to be here in 50, 100 years, but it's so important to think that the people who are here, we've done what we can do to make a difference to their lives. And that's why I'm doing. That's why I want to plant millions and billions of trees and to make a difference here. So it's down to all of us. So
yeah, but Charles, I understand you say that, but think about this as well. This is something I've mentioned previously. Everything that we make here, from our from everything includes plastic, and uses crude oil, little sections of crude oil to make this plastic, synthetic fabrics, this, that. So many things are made out of this. So what happens is, how do we probably have to find alternatives for these items so that there would be less demand. Otherwise, I don't see demand going down so quickly, because everybody requires these items. Everybody requires these kinds of products. So I feel, I don't know about you, Charles, I don't know what you think, but look, until we don't find alternatives so that people get options to move on to ordering and buying other things, I think this is going to be a kind of a little, we're going to go round and round like a little hamster circle.
Well, the UK government's distinguished itself by getting rid of plastic straws and maybe plastic cutlery. So now on, certain places you get bamboo cutlery and these sorts of things. So this is very, very small efforts. But look, these are very, very minor. Honey, let's start with what's important. Let's start with the really big items, which is energy, okay? The big ones. Heating your home, transport, air travel, all these sorts of things for industry, all of these sorts of things. This is what's really important. And the fact is, we actually do have alternatives. We do have alternative forms of energy. Stephan's more an expert on this than I am. But we have solar energy. Solar energy is free from the sun. It's just that it needs a lot of processing to get the energy up to the into our homes. We have wind energy. In the UK and parts of Europe, we have a lot of wind energy as well. But the problem with both solar and wind is that there's no solar energy at night when there's no sun, and there's no wind energy on days when there's no wind. And in the UK, in particular, in the winter, we have days with no sun and no wind. And that's where the other alternative low carbon fuel comes in, which is nuclear power. So the UK has already made investments in nuclear power, and that's why it's so important. Now, to meet what the Sultan has said about demand for fossil fuels, this is actually only going to go down if solar, wind, and nuclear are actually lower cost than oil and gas. Otherwise, buyers are just going to carry on doing what they're doing. So it's critically important that the framework, the regulatory framework, makes oil and gas more expensive, because at the end of the day, it is causing pollution. The pollution it causes is the cost of CO2 pollution, is the social cost of it, is at least $100 a ton of CO2 emissions. And for using our car, turning on our heating, we pay nothing. Okay, so it's critically important that framework works, and it's critically important that forms of energy that are put on the table are actually lower cost as well. And Stephan, would you like to talk about small modular nuclear, because this is absolutely potential game changer in terms of lower cost nuclear? Would you like to talk about that?
Yes, of course. In fact, there has been a commitment to triple two forms of energy, which are renewables and nuclear at COP. How do you triple nuclear power from now, which is about 400 gigawatts, to 1,200 gigawatts in 2050? You cannot do that with only large size nuclear power. So the idea is to use smaller, safer reactors using different technology, or some do use the same technology as the large nuclear reactors that most of the world is using now, except the UK, which have used a different technology until now. So these small modular reactors have one advantage: they are built much faster. The problem is that none of them have been commissioned yet. So commissioning is really the next hurdle for small modular reactors, and this will occur probably by 2032. So small modular reactors are still, I would say, if you're really optimistic, 7 years away. If you're pessimistic, it's over 10 years away. But definitely for the next decade, it is forecast that half of the nuclear power growth could be provided by SMRs, together with larger pressurized water reactors that most of the world is still building today.
Okay, thank you. Honey, back over to you.
Thank you so much, dear Charles. Well, it's very interesting. What I found very interesting as well is that whilst we were discussing all these various guests who came along, they highlighted that health is also now connected to environment. and health and well-being and the environment. There's a strong connection between those two. And there never was a pavilion for health. Of course, Healing Our Earth is a very, very, very a great believer and supporter in natural health and wellness. So that was an interesting part. What did you think of that? How do you think that connects from how COP28 has evolved from the previous years, the new topics that they're bringing on board as well, which are connected? We would have thought environment means fuels and fossil fuels and perhaps, climate change and this and that, but actually health is also being connected to environment. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, my thoughts are that the COP meeting started off very much climate focused years ago. And then what happened, as I understand it, is that people started to realize that there are so many other dimensions. Now, health is one of these dimensions. Social justice, which was mentioned earlier, absolutely is a very important dimension to this. There's so many aspects to it. There's poverty, refugees, so many things are part of this. And for me, the opportunity is that solutions to climate actually can solve other problems as well. So, for example, the way that planting trees, the trees themselves remove CO2 emissions. They also create paid work for people. So they create employment for people, and they enable people in extreme poverty to get enough money to get out of extreme poverty. And so that's the way that and by getting out of extreme poverty, it means that families can then pay for education, they can pay for other things as well they don't have. So many of the if you think about the UN SDGs, so many of the UN SDGs are actually tackled by the one thing of planting trees. And the same thing applies to many other areas as well. So I think it's very good that the discussion has broadened out into multiple areas. And of course, we all know that if people don't have money, the chances are that their health is much, much poorer. So it's a very simple equation that people need to have an amount of money. And by the way, I think it's absolutely outrageous that still 10% of the world's population is not just in poverty, is in extreme poverty, which means that they live on less than $2.15 a day.
So what can we do, Charles? Because what I'm saying is, what can we encourage each and every single individual around the world to do? Because COP28, although we're talking about all the leaders coming together, discussing agreements, but it's normally the voice of the public, voice of society, voice of the community that they represent. So if perhaps we could encourage more people to speak up about these issues, to perhaps educate the children, maybe have more of the environmental activities going on in schools, perhaps. If we get involved in all of this, then we can become the voice for this. Because it looks like all the leaders who are out there discussing, you talked about the Sultan, who's talking about these fossil fuels. I thought that was a very interesting thing, that look, if we have demand, then we're not going to stop, right? Because we really, as I mentioned to you, there is going to be no demand, even if it goes down, will be a little bit, compared to what's happening here. It's a very clever way of dealing with the situation and passing it back onto the other side. Whereas I would have thought it would have been more, better for them to come up and say, okay, we're ready to reduce by this percentage at least. Because even if they came back and said, okay, every year we will try to reduce by 5% or 10%, whatever it is, at least there is a movement forward, right? So at least we all feel, everyone around the world feels, oh, right, there's going to be some kind of but here, they passed it back onto the other side. So that means now it's up to us to educate the consumers and society and community members, and changing behavior, changing habits. It takes a long time, it's a process. So yeah. How do you think we can achieve our 1.5 C,
First of all, honey, magically, you've hit the right number. You said that things have got to be reduced by 5 or 10% a year. Well, that's exactly the number. I mean, the first target is CO2 emissions need to be reduced by 2030. The UN said a few years ago they need to be reduced by 40%. And at the moment, I saw an article a little while ago, just in the last few days, saying that the reduction in emissions that is needed is around 8% per annum between now and 2030. So, honey, you're absolutely bang on with that estimate. So what needs to be done? I think the thing is that, as I said at the beginning, we all need to do things. And if we're doing things already, we all need to do much more. And it's much more than a bit of recycling, a bit of this, a bit of that. It's fundamental change. So what can we do? So there's three headings, really. First of all, we need to cut our own demand for oil and gas or fossil fuels. We need to cut our own demand and think about what we can achieve. Now, to be fair, in different countries, like in the UK, the government's not been particularly helpful here. They've not been helpful at all, because a big source of energy is home heating, and the government has not come up with an alternative like heat pumps that they support. Now, Stephan is from France. Let's ask Stephan a bit later to talk about what heat pumps have achieved in France, where they are successful, right? But first of all, cut our demand. Secondly, the demand that we can't cut. So say, for example, you decide you want to travel by air. You're going to travel by air. You're going to do whatever you need to do, right? So it's so important is to offset the CO2 emissions from that flight. So whatever you're doing, think about your carbon footprint. Remove your own carbon footprint by 10% a year to make a difference. This absolutely makes a difference. Now, the third thing, which everybody can do, is that there are people out there doing amazing things. I mean, myself working with Stephan, the first year we planted 100,000 trees. Last year we planted nearly 1 million trees, and we're looking at projects using carbon credits to plant hundreds of millions of trees in Brazil. There's loads and loads of people doing amazing things with their projects, and some of them have been on this, some have not been on these events. There's loads of people. If you don't have a project yourself, don't worry, just help someone else. Help someone else, partner with them, join up with them, turn up and say, hey, I really like what you're doing. I'd like to help you join in. Amazing. So many people would want to join in. And then what about the individuals, people around you? Just talk to people you know. Just talk to people who aren't doing anything, aren't doing enough, aren't thinking about it. Just help them to use some of the messages we've talked about today on this whole program, to talk to them about what they could do, how they could make a difference by getting involved, and why they need to get involved, because there's so many things that are going wrong in the world that need to be fixed.
Yes, absolutely. No, this is a really great idea. And also you talked about the flights. So just again, to remind our viewers that if perhaps they were traveling, which we have to travel at times, for every hour that you travel, you need to plant 32 trees in order to offset that 1 hour, the fuel that's been emanated in that particular trip. So things like that. I mean, and if each one of us did that, can you imagine the number of passengers that are traveling every single day to how many destinations? Can you imagine? So you could start. And also the second part that I was very, very, I would have thought, I was really, I'm very surprised actually. 3 trillion trees have been cut down from our planet. 3 trillion trees, and that's a lot of zeros, that and there used to be 6 trillion trees before. There are only 3 trillion trees left in this world now, which means we've halved. So I always mention this, that if we can think about ourselves taking in oxygen and giving out carbon dioxide, and then the plants are taking the carbon dioxide and giving us the oxygen, can you imagine the kind of imbalance that's taking place right now? And that could also be quite dangerous for humanity as well, as we know. And everything seems to have a knock-on effect. Sister Jayanti spoke very well earlier on. I love that part. She said, how can you say that I don't want my lungs, but I want my ears, and I want my eyes, but I don't want my hand? How could you say that? Because the whole body works together as one. You can't say this one's more important than the other one. And the same thing is in our earth as well. The animals are also important. The water is important. Our oxygen is important. And the resources are also important that are there. They say crystals take away the negative energy from the earth. So if you're taking away all the crystals from the Mother Earth, for those who believe in the crystal energies and how it cleanses the atmosphere, for them they would be like saying, please don't leave those resources in there. Don't take them out. And also, when you pump out all the oil from the Mother Earth, it's like taking out all the blood from a human body, right? It's like, because the whole Earth is like a living organism, right? So you're taking away things that are meant to be part of this. So I think what you're saying is absolutely right here. We all need to take some kind of a responsibility. Each one of us need to take some action in this. And also, Healing Our Earth has some amazing members wherever you're watching from. We could create a little movement together. And it's not about even a movement, it's a necessity now. It's become crucial that we take action. It's not about, oh, let's see how it goes and we can try doing something. It's not like that. It's actually, the world is getting hotter. There are lots of issues here. All the resources are being depleted. We only have one Earth. So we really do need to take things a little bit more seriously. And I feel that Sister Jayanti said something which was very good as well, which was the spiritual side, Charles, and I don't know what you thought about that. When you look at the world in a good way, that's beautiful and that's really lovely, because at least you can happily and enthusiastically do all your work that you're doing to protect the planet. I understand. But if you really go really deep, you can start getting quite depressed with the kind of things that are happening right now with the Earth in the other side as well, that if you really see. So I don't know about that side, Charles. What do you think? What do you think are the negatives?
I mean, you've covered a lot of ground here. Certainly, the world is an ecosystem that works together. We listen to people talk on the TV and we think that they know everything. Well, I think the reality is that when it comes to the environment and the interdependence between the trees and the biodiversity and the animals and the birds and everything, I think it's probably fair to say that we do know quite a bit, but we don't yet really know enough to be able to replicate all of that. And so, first of all, I mean, Stephan's very, very keen on this point about not destroying ancient forests, because an ancient forest, in the same way that replacing an old oak tree with a young sapling is not a one-to-one replacement. If you're going to replace an old tree with young trees, then you need to put in a lot of trees, you put in hundreds of trees. So that interdependence, and an old ancient forest contains so much biodiversity that is an absolute priority to not destroy that. If we are putting in new forests, which is brilliant, then those forests will take some years. I mean, they could become very biodiverse. It could even take 100 years plus to do that. There's experts who understand this. So you're absolutely right there, Honey. In terms of what we can all do, it's really I mean, I'm not depressed about it, because what I see so many people who are doing things that are amazing things. And if, as I said earlier, if just enough people teamed up with those people who are doing amazing work, we would have an absolute transformation. We're not short of ideas. There's plenty of ideas, there's plenty of great things happening on the world. What we're short of people watching the TV, realizing there's a massive problem and saying, right, there's a huge problem. What am I and my family, my friends and contacts going to do to help about this? And to be honest, Honey, we don't actually need more people setting up more individual projects. To my mind, what we need is people joining the projects that are already there, because they're already doing stuff, they're already made a start, they're already taking action.
Charles, so that people can join the project, can you define, number one, there are two questions because people are connected to us on social media. First question is, can you define what a tree is? Can a tree be a sapling, a fruit plantation, vegetable plantation, little house plants? What is a tree?
Well, I would say that a tree is more than, I mean, you've got garden plants, you've got shrubs, and you've got trees. The point about a tree is a tree grows to some size and it lasts for 20, 30, 50, 100 years or more, right? So a tree would start off as a seed. A tree starts as a seed. But what we need is the trees. Now, if people want to put trees in their garden or put trees in the UK and Western Europe, that's all great. But to plant a tree in those areas is expensive. What we're looking at is that we're looking at planting trees in the tropics, where it's low cost, it helps people out of extreme poverty, and the trees also grow 3 times faster. So the simplest thing to do is to donate through Rotary, through ourselves. We plant 6 trees for £1, 6 trees for £1, which is 5 trees for $1 US or euro. And those trees within 20, 30 years, I mean, within 7 years, they'll be 5 to 7 years, they'll be removing CO2 emissions. It makes an absolute complete difference to the planet by getting lots and lots of those trees planted. And every 100 trees creates approximately a day of paid work. So when Hani talks about the world having lost 3 trillion trees, we need 1 trillion trees to start with, and divide that number by 100 approximately, and that's the number of days of paid work for people in poverty who can be helped by that work of planting trees.
Thank you, Charles. Charles, can you give 3 definite benefits of planting trees before we move on to Hani and Stephan?
Sure. So trees remove CO2 emissions, and the value of the CO2 emissions that they remove is actually worth much more than the cost of planting the tree itself. They create paid work. They create paid work for people in extreme poverty. And thirdly, they help restore nature. So that restoring nature means it's creating habitats for animals and birds. And another aspect of this is it's covering over the bare soil, which has such a bad impact where the sun is direct onto bare soil. It causes so much damage. So there's lots of benefits. It also helps pull in water from the oceans, pull in water over the rainforest, and
the home as well for biodiversity, wildlife. Yeah, there's also animals, wildlife, all their habitats are being destroyed. So, you know, we have to also think about, as the trees are being cut down, all the nature that lives in there, all the wildlife and biodiversity that lives in that area, then hasn't got a home after then. So that was a very good question there from Neilji. You know, thank you very much, dear Neilji. And as we've come back here again, of course, we had a couple of interviews that we did at the COP28, didn't we? So, Stephan, what was it like for you? Because we spoke to many guests. Were there any guests that stood out for you, or anything that they shared during the COP28 discussions and interviews that we did? Was there anything that stood out for you that you went back with, home with?
Well, I will start from the floor where there was the Rotary International Pavilion, and there we met people who were very keen on education, because there is not only climate education, but also science and technology education, and the role of education for empowerment of the people in general and women in particular. There was, next to the Rotary Pavilion, there was the Sustain All Life Pavilion, which is for race and gender equity. And a little bit further, there was the Health Pavilion with this dramatic mock-up of lungs, of the inner structure of lungs, which was really spectacular. And there at this pavilion, there were actually a great deal, many topics being discussed, and mostly about empowerment and really linking the health community with the more general societal topics. So that was a very interesting floor, and it was the same all over COP. I would say the main topic was multi-dimensional dialogue setup. Basically, people were actually studying and examining and giving their opinion about how several topics are linked to climate change. In a way, the climate change was like the federative framework wherein all the other topics were expressed. So this shows how the COPs can actually help support other SDGs than climate change. and of course biodiversity was present. I don't know how it is for the biodiversity COPs, because now we also have an international agreement on biodiversity. But eventually there will be more interaction between those two topics. And of course, you're right. When we are planting trees, we're not only helping local communities improve their life standards, and we're not only capturing CO2, but also helping biodiversity by restoring lost habitat and enabling also the growth of plants and animals that need these closed canopy forests that we're building to be sheltered from increased rain and severe droughts.
Right. So there's a lot of things that are being here. One question that I had as well, Stephan, was you were at the COP28 and you've been there for previous COPs, that you must have been to. And things may have, of course, improved as time goes on, and there's new topics that are being discussed, etc. What was this year's COP28 like? And how important do you think events like these are, so that all the leaders can come together to discuss? Because I know Narendra Modi was there, the King Charles was there as well. They were all opened up the COP28. I'm meaning, how important can that be? Because we have very high caliber guests that were attending.
We've had a couple of very tough years with new wars waging all over the world, and what was really flagrant there at COP28 was that while the world is united talking about climate change, it's not making war. So let's focus on climate change, and there will be less room for wars and a better chance for peace.
So peace and war was also so it seems like the environment seems to be connected to so many topics and so many areas, because we have climate refugees as well. Somewhere the land has become completely derelict and there's no rain and no trees, and then suddenly they have to go into a local town, and that town populates and starts becoming bigger and bigger, and all their resources start going. So we've got loads of climate refugees as well taking place in the world right now, people having to move from their homes. So things have been quite interesting. But for me, doing the 12 days, and I don't know about you, Charles, doing that, co-hosting those 12 days of interviews and live updates were absolutely eye-opening for me. It helped me to grow, and every day when I leave my room, I close the light now. I switch the light off straight away. I know I used to do that, but every now and again you have a little light on here and there, so you kind of forget. But I've become so much more conscious of the fact that, we really all have to do our bit, each one of us. And if I'm going there to share this with other people, I need to do it myself as well. So, every now and again, you also yourself get encouraged to become better, make better decisions. And I just wanted to share whilst we were here, because at the moment, and I'm sure Healing Our Earth will be supporting this as always, but I just wanted to share here, this is the one, this is Saving Our Planet, Let's Save Our Planet educational program. So education seems to be very, very important. So this would be a really fantastic thing that I felt was one of my most important initiatives for this year, which is taking these books called Saving Our Planet, or Let's Save Our Planet, into schools. And if you distribute these in schools, it'll help young children to understand and learn about climate change, the environment, and how to protect the planet. And there are so many people, I would say, schools who have said, that's a really fantastic idea. So I just wanted to let you know, thank you to Healing Our Earth, Saving Our Planet, Rotary in London, all of us coming together. We have now launched a project with the Mayor of Redbridge to get these books into all the schools in the Redbridge borough. So £500 worth of books have been donated by Rotary, and these are now going to be starting to be distributed. And of course, all of us as organizations coming together, partnering together to make this world a better place. I think this will be a real start. Can you imagine if we can get a book or a Saving Our Planet book into every school in the world, so that the teachers can utilize the content to pass on to the children, and then encourage them to get involved in environmental activities. So you practically put it in place. So the millions of students around the world can all make a little slight change in their lives, and that could have an impact together, you see. So I feel that we need to come up with more initiatives, partner up with like-minded communities, groups and organizations and charities, like the way Healing Our Earth, Rotary in Rotary in London, and of course Saving Our Planet, International Association of Human Values, Climate Action Now, all of these people coming together saying, okay, we want to make a difference. So this is my little a little pledge to, just a little plea, I would say, that, hey guys, whoever's listening right now, think about some initiatives that you could perhaps begin, and something that you're passionate about. If it's animals, then maybe do something to do with the animals, protecting the animals. And if it's the oceans that you love swimming, and do something for the oceans to keep them clean. Or if you love nature like I do, and I know Charles does, and I'm sure Stephan does so much as well. We love planting trees and restoring nature. Whatever you feel is important. And also recycling. We talked about limiting fossil fuels, but fossil fuels like crude oil is required for plastic bottles and plastic things, and even lipsticks. They put a bit of that in the lipsticks and things, which women don't even realize that we're using. So there is a demand for this from everywhere, and if that demand doesn't stop, then these crude oil is going to continue being extracted. So I think together, Charles, I don't know what you think, but where do we go from here as we start?
Well, I think, Honey, let's just highlight, we've really got to congratulate you on your passion for the book and the schools, okay? So if everyone just thinks for a minute about what Honey's achieved here, the book is already there. It's already in English, French, Spanish, German, Italian, whatever. It's already in those languages. What Honey has done is taken the book and had the vision of putting the book into every school. And she's made a start with Redbridge. I think you're working on some other places as well, Honey. But that's the vision. And Honey's vision is about making it happen. That's why she's so amazing. So great, let's get the book into the schools. Let's come on board with some of your other projects. I know, Honey, you're very keen on trees as well. It's just a wonderful example. So many, many congratulations on you putting this together. And I really hope everyone will support this. Get the books into Redbridge schools, make this a success, and make a difference with the children in Redbridge. Perfect. Back over to you, Honey.
Thank you so much, Charles. Yes, and of course with the tree planting, all the schools can get involved in, of course, tree planting. And the other thing I think they should do, as Charles, you gave the wonderful idea here, is that every school who gets donated, when we donate a book to every school, we can request every school to donate 3 books to 3 other schools. So in that way, it's like that kindness, if you'd be kind to someone, please be kind to them and pass on the kindness to someone else. And suddenly there's a chain that takes place. So I believe that this is a way to move forward. We have to start somewhere. So we can start with 50 schools, but we are already talking to get it out to 2,500 schools around the world now, because at least we started on the discussions. So I would like to say to everyone out there, it can be possible. It's just talking to people that you feel can make the difference. Like the mayors can, your MPs can, some of your, your leaders, your community leaders can support. And also, if you are part of the media, I think you should start writing more articles and more news stories on the environment, so we can start educating and inspiring and encouraging people to take action. Because sometimes it's also about being ignorant. Because for example, the way I know things about the environment, I wasn't the same 5 years ago. But the more I get involved in the environment, the more I become educated in it, that the more I realize there are certain things I was doing also which are not very good for the planet. But I never realized it. I would do it unintentionally. So all I'm trying to share with the world is, it's not like we're all bad and we're doing bad things, but it's sometimes unintentionally done. So if we get ourselves educated in this field, and if media outlets can get involved in helping to support, and that includes Healing Our Earth and platforms such as these online platforms that get the message out to the world, that get people, thinking, and also maybe, inspire a little bit of change, because we've created so many people transforming through health, through wellness, by sharing, various topics like women's empowerment and all sorts of different topics that Healing Our Earth has brought to the world. And I believe that they can also support with the environment side, because it's getting a hotter topic now. It's getting more popular. More people are talking about topics relating to this. And I think it's going to become a very big subject in the next 1 or 2 years, where it'll just, even corporate companies may even have to legally start looking after the planet, So there are many legal changes and policies that may come in place very soon as well to help protect the planet.
So you're absolutely right, Honey. The environment is a hot topic. It's too hot a topic. The world is warming up too much. But getting back to being more serious, what Honey's done here, what with the books, what I'm trying to do here with the trees. Anybody here who's been hearing anything throughout the whole afternoon, the whole day, anybody who's inspired to join in, to do something, do make contact with us through Rotary, through Healing Our Earth. Do make contact. Be really pleased to hear from you, help you join in, help you make a difference too. It's been great making a difference, and it just helps. It helps everybody. It helps the whole world.
Oh, thank you so much, Charles. You've been absolutely amazing. Stephan as well, really amazing always. And I hope you continue supporting this area as much as you're doing right now, and even more. And so, congratulations to Charles, both you and Stephan, for saving our planet. What a great initiative and organization you guys are, and such good work you're doing. And of course, we're moving on to USA very shortly, to my next host, and the one and only most gorgeous Sharon, who I have to share with, of course, which some of our audiences would know, grows her own vegetables and makes sure she protects the soil, she protects and makes sure she eats nice organic tomatoes and organic vegetables. I'm so proud of her, because I think more people should be able to have their own gardens and get connected to nature this way. So it's very, very good. And also it saves tractors traveling from all the way from, I don't know, India or China or whichever country, Spain, and bringing big oranges and things to this country. So then you're thinking about the fuel and the delivery, fuel that you're using as well. So we don't understand, we sometimes don't realize the fact that when you eat something, all the chain is taking place. So people like Sharon are really supporting in helping to use less fossil fuels. So I get really proud of that, so which is great. So Charles and Stephan, thank you very much for joining us here today. I just thought I may want to just finish up with 2 minutes of something I'd like to share from my Facebook. And that was a little interview that we did at the COP28. Shailandra Mittal from the International Association of Human Values ended up doing a quick little interview at the actual event. So I just wanted to perhaps just share this with everyone, and then we move on to Sharon. Here we go. Just a little something.
In a little bit of my observation has been that the science of climate has not been properly translated to relate to the common man. So for example, people in Europe, if they know of people in Pacific Islands or in Bangladesh losing their land and refugees and stuff happening in Africa, they still do not understand or relate to it because it's far away. The language and the messaging and the narrative of the media does not speak to the common man. We have, that is the gap. We are still missing that language. And how would that happen? That is the science that all of us activists and the scientists need to crack. And it's not rocket science. It's being aware that we are missing. There is a gap. Why are people not listening? Why are scientists giving us warnings for 50 to 60 years? Is the science clear? Yes, of course, the science is clear. And for so long, then we are not aware that we have a head until we have a headache. We are not aware of us breathing unless we are breathless because we've had a run or we are chasing the bus. So unless there is a flood in Paris or a bombing in London, we are not aware of the issues of climate change or terrorism.
Yes.
So
And also,
why is it that my house must be flooded before I become aware? Why do I have to wait to be broken, to be hit? We are missing the language for people to change behavior.
Yes, absolutely. I think this is a really good point there. And of course, my point also to add to this, which Shailandra had so wisely shared, is the fact that, you know, you need to perhaps speak to different audience members through audio, through visual. You know, some people are auditory, some people are visual, some people like to get involved physically and practically. So I think we need to perhaps find out different ways to educate the public as well, from what I feel. Now, we're coming to the end of the program, and I would like to invite every single person who's been our special guest here today to finish off with a final message. While Stephan is there, let's get Stephan on board so that he can share something that COP20. So with so there you go. Just a little bit of things that there. Oh, I'm stopping sharing here. How do I stop sharing? Oh God, this is not happening. Hello.
Hello. Hi.
Can you hear me? Oh, there you are. But
We hear. Yeah.
I thought that you've left me there all by myself. Yes, here we go. So that was just something that I felt that Shailandra also shared with us at the COP28, and he was there as well. So that's something that was very interesting, that we really need to maybe speak to people in a way that could help to create change. So we may have to also speak to behavioral scientists or something, or human behavior people, just to say, how do we get, you know, people to understand more, to help to protect our planet, to replenish the planet, to re-nourish the planet, because it's not just, it's about catching up as well. It's not just about, okay, let's go and plant a few trees. It's about, we have to catch up with what we have done in the past 100 years, where we, you know, almost taken away all our resources. Okay, you can all tell that I'm very passionate about what I do, so I'm going to move on to USA now. So, dear Sharon, a global namaste to you. Whilst we have Charles, of course, Appleby, who so kindly joined us from Saving Our Planet, Stephan as well, who are also from Saving Our Planet. Thank you very much for joining us here on Healing Our Earth. What wonderful discussions and what wonderful points that you shared. The best of luck from all of us. And I'm sure all our Healing Our Earth volunteers and family members and all those people who are passionate will be there supporting these kinds of initiatives. So thank you for that. So Sharon, any question from your side before I hand over the whole platform to you?
Question. So first of all, global namaste. It's a pleasure to be here. See, as I contemplate the whole situation, there are some factors that seem really important. One is all of the wars and all of the military and all of the bombing and all of the destruction, that if we, as my dear friend Hannah Strong, who is really one of the leaders, I would say, of the whole environmental movement for many years, we talk about this. If we could stop all the bombing, if we could stop all, you know, the military and the destruction, because the military uses a lot of energy.
Good point. Very good point. Yes.
It would step up, and you know, she has the Earth Restoration Corps, where she was actually training military in different places to help save the Earth and children.
Wow.
So I don't know if I have any questions. The other point that's very important to me is what I call energetic climate change.
Mm-hmm.
That if we could really work as we do on Healing Our Earth, we offer so many shows about meditation and working with the emotional body and Qigong and all that. If we could do that, really, and put that, like our dear friend Bill Douglas, he has the Global Transformation Project now, wanting to get these mind-body practices in the school. So if we, and Hannah uses that as well in her programs. So if we could from very young start training children in these incredible practices that will calm their minds and their emotions and help them realize that they're gifted, and maybe perhaps hopefully take them away from their devices and bring them into nature in a way where they make a connection. And to me, that's really, really important.
Very good point. That's such a good point, because you help them to connect with, because many years ago, all the people that were there, all the communities and primitive people, they were so connected to nature. They would even, sometimes they do the rain dance, and sometimes they go with the sound of the rhythm of the earth, and whatever that was. You found that people were very connected to nature anytime, So we've lost that, especially with the AI, the technology and the AI and everything that's coming up right now in the industry. But I find this very interesting what you mentioned about Hannah, and of course I will let you continue this. But I have a question before I leave here because now I've got this little burning question to ask Hannah. First of all, Global Namaste, Hannah. Thank you for joining us here on the Healing Our Earth. I think that's such a very, very important topic you've just brought up. It's something we don't really think about, because generally when we think about environment, it's about, recycling, pollution, the fossil fuels and renewable energies and all that kind of things. But the fact that, yes, the military as well, practicing and utilizing all this technology, and I think whatever you're doing, can you give us a little insight? I'm sure Sharon would as well. But how important is it that if somebody from the military background is listening to this particular program, what should they be bearing in mind when it comes to the environment?
Well, I have, been in this field for over 50 years, since the first Stockholm conference. And the conclusion that I have come to over the years is that there is only one way we're going to make it. And we got a very short little window. And that is if the military around the world will, instead of training their young people to bomb, blast, and kill each other, will absolutely retrain young people to restore the earth. And they have the facilities, they have the money, they have the trainers. I mean, mind you now, they have to be a little bit retrained, and some more aware trainers will have to come in and help them do that. But I think it's one of the few chances we have if the global military will change the direction. And instead of picking war, sending all the money to the arms industry and the oil industry and I think that's the only hope we have. And, of course, without hope, it's death. And right now we're on the road to death, unless the military really comes on board and really changes things.
And that's really a great question, and a great answer as well. Great question. I've just complimented myself there. So, but it was, that's a really good question, actually. No, but what I mean is of course a really great answer there as well, because such an important area that we've completely missed out, which is connected to the environment. We're connecting everything into the environment, such as health and women empowerment as well, getting involved in things and creating jobs using environment, by replanting trees. We talk about all of that. But the military, every country has a military, like a huge number of people that could really be utilized to do good work for the world, rather than go.
They're the only ones that can reach billions of young people.
Wow.
Nobody else can do it. And they have the money, they have the facilities, and this is what we need.
So if they said yes, how do you see it happening? So we've spoken so far saying they can do this, but if they're in an ideal situation, how do you see something changes? And let's say they say, okay, fine, we're ready to come on board. What would you like them to do, and how could it make an impact for the world?
Well, first of all, they're not going to do it willingly. It's going to take a huge, huge natural catastrophe, and I mean huge, to have them turn around. But that is the only way they're going to do it.
Right. So let's say, yes.
You did have in your program.
No, I mean, we managed to get, you know, the Earth Restoration Corps into the Filipino Army. And, but that's because we had a very close relationship with the Secretary of Defense. And he made it happen. But, you know, we got 190 some countries around the world that, you know, so it's going to take something.
So what would they do exactly? So, you know, Hannah, for example, let's say the military came on board, and then what do we do?
Well,
What's our next step?
They have the barracks, they have the food supply, they have the medical, they have the facilities, the teaching facilities, and they have the money.
Right. So what would you do? So you would educate people about this? Or, I mean, I was thinking in like the military, because
well,
like,
I mean, you look at it, we sent out a proposal at the beginning of the year to the BISO Earth Fund. And we asked them to give us the money to train 500 master trainers around the world that could go in and help with the military facilities to retrain the young people.
Right.
And, right.
Right. So these 500 people, they were provided with the funding, they were trained, and so now they are, let's say, leaders and masters in that field, and then they would go to all these different places to educate the young soldiers and people working within the military to do what?
Well, to restore the soils. I mean, you look at it, it's a garbage dump. Space is a garbage dump. The oceans are a garbage dump. The soil is a garbage dump. I mean, you look at it, we have thrown, I mean, we have taken and taken and taken from nature without ever giving anything back except for garbage and toxic waste.
Yes. Well, very well.
How long can you get away with that?
Yes.
Before Mother Earth is going to show her teeth. And that's what she's doing now with the huge storms, the huge fires. I mean, you look at it, she is pissed.
Absolutely. You know, I mean, you're absolutely.
And she's showing her teeth, and we ain't seen nothing yet.
It's true, because if you really look at evolution, and if you believe in, let's say, the theory of the evolutionary theory, then you can see how all the weather temperatures have changed, and how the ice age came, and suddenly everything was completely destroyed, and then it also restarted again. And it took hundreds and hundreds and thousands and millions of years for that to happen. So we could destroy it just like restore back again. So you're absolutely right that, you know, if we don't do something right now, we're going onto a road of catastrophe here. And Mother Nature is also, look, this is enough.
Right. No, but I mean, you look at it. The German scientist, and I think I told you this before, you know, from the Potsdam Institute, and, you know, there are other, you know, but the most brilliant atmospheric scientists on the planet are from these German institutes. And they're predicting that in the next little while, 6 billion people are not going to make it. That's how serious it is. 6 billion. And these are the brightest scientists on the planet.
Wow. And why won't they make it? What has happened? What will be happening to this?
Droughts.
Ah, right. Oh my
Storms,
God.
Fires. I mean, you look at it, but the droughts, I mean, rivers, waters are withdrawing, rivers are drying up.
And polluted.
Well, of course, polluted. I mean, the groundwater is so polluted that you can't even water the plants with them. You know.
Yes.
And water is predicted to be more expensive than oil and gas.
Wow, of course, because with water, none of us can live, right? Yes, what a good point. Very, very good point. See, so all these things are happening in the future. And if we don't all come together,
they're happening right now. They're happening right now.
Right. And what would your suggestions be? And what would you say? I know we talked about the military. Let's get them on board. What a fantastic idea, because look, there's a whole load of people, infrastructure in place already. And of course, you know, everything that we require for them to get involved. What else? What else can we all do? What can the normal community members do? What can the society do for something like this? How can they support?
You look at it. I mean, you have these great movements around the planet. The Eco-Village Network. I mean, you look at China. China is getting a really bad rap, but they have at least 12,000 ecological villages that are based on organic farming and solar and, you know, I mean, but the Chinese are ashamed of it. It's backwards. You know, they want these big glass steel towns and getting people off the land because they're supposedly easier to rule when they're in, you know, confinement. So, but they have at least 12,000 ecological villages in China that you never hear about. And you go around the world, and these are the perfect universities for people to be trained in.
Yeah, fantastic.
And they have solar teachers, they have the water, they have the alternative energy systems. I mean, you could go into a solar village and ecological village and learn everything. So they need to be the new universities.
This is a beautiful idea, because there are a lot. Yeah, you are right. There are some eco villages, and people are doing all these. Some people start calling them smart cities over there. But the eco villages sound really good because they're very connected to environment and ecology, etc.
Well, I mean, these are people that do not believe in the way society is going.
Yes.
So they have withdrawn and are creating a new society that's democratic, ecological, and people care for each other. I mean, it's a ruthless world out there.
Absolutely. And something you just also mentioned, you know, that people, you mentioned about the glass buildings and everything, that nowadays we have these beautiful historical landscaped areas, you know, like it could be monasteries, it could be temples, could be, you know, these wonderful structures, even castles and all sorts of things that people had built many years ago as part of the landscape, etc. Nowadays, it seems to be everything's taken out of the earth, all the resources are used, and then you make up the glass and you make up the steel and you make up whatever you need to make up, you know, and you just put it all together and consider it as architecture, which I can understand. Some people see it in a creative way. But the beauty that we could see previously with concrete jungles, kind of, you know, it's like now it feels like a concrete jungle, whereas before, when you look at all these beautiful landscaped architecture, it used to be so beautiful to look at and to appreciate, and used to blend into nature in a really great way, because they would use knowledge about, you know, like the sacred geometry and all sorts of things, you know, different methods to set up these things. So what about all this? Because although we're educating people, etc., the whole society seems to be progressing in a different direction at the moment. How do we work on supporting our environment and helping to educate also those people who are moving in a direction which is away from nature?
Well, you look at it. I mean, you gave a beautiful speech about this book sharing. And it's got to start when children go to school, or even before. It has to start at an early age, when the children are trained to respect the beauty of nature. and the life. I mean, who gives life? Nature. And we are killing all the elements that gives life. We're killing the water, we're killing the air, we're, trying to dim the sun, and then we're trashing the earth. I mean, come on. I mean, what are people thinking?
There was, I want to insert this, there was some university, I think, has a big grant, and they're coming up, their idea was they want to just cut down all the trees. Did you hear this one?
Oh, God.
And they want to bury them using plastic, using petrochemicals.
I know. I mean, it's like,
bury them all.
Yeah. Some of the ideas that are floating around out there. Well, now Musk, he wants to have 1 trillion people so we can furnish the entire universe with people. We don't have enough people. I mean, some of these ideas are so crazy.
Dim the sun, that one.
Yeah.
It's so the people, some of these people are so divorced from nature.
Right.
So here's an example. My nephew, he's 9 now. We were talking all about all the plants we're growing here, and he got so excited, and he started growing, planting seeds all around his house, and he's so into it that when he goes to the store, he wants seeds. He doesn't want a toy. So this is the kind of thing, and I think that Bill Douglas, who was, I think, here last week, has this global transformation project, and it's to bring the mind-body practice, like Qigong, which is part of Hana's Earth Restoration Corps too. You were asking, what do they do? Well, it's not just that they, teach them, which they do, how to, alternative energy, build in sustainable ways, and grow food in sustainable ways, improve the soil, but they work on their emotions.
Well, they work on the consciousness.
Yes.
I mean, we take the kids out on a vision quest with a shaman who keeps an eye on them, and they have to sit in nature and connect to the elements. They have to connect to Mother Earth, the water, the air, and the fire. So, and then we teach them Qigong so they can keep the connection between heaven and earth. So they're fit for life.
Right.
And,
Very beautiful, very nice. Thank you so much for sharing that. And Sharon, thank you for giving me that little space, because you've got such a wonderful, special guest today who's joined us today. Very interesting as well. And what wonderful knowledge she has. So Hannah, I really appreciate it. So I'm sorry I jumped in there, but I just couldn't stop myself asking these questions.
You jump in, honey.
So all yours, Sharon. Thank you so much. I really thoroughly enjoyed it. I'm listening anyway, but please go ahead and share whatever you had to share. Please go ahead. Thank you, Sharon.
Oh, you've already asked so many good questions.
I still had one more, but I think I'll leave you to it as we're coming to the end of our program as well. So all yours. Hannah, best of luck for your work that you're doing. I think that you are doing an amazing job, and I wish and I pray there are many more people like yourself that come into this earth to do some good work, especially to protect for our future generations. There are many people who may not care about what happens after they go, but there are many who are also wonderful humanitarians who want to leave this world a better place. So I know you're one of them. So keep up the great work, and best of luck from all of us here on Healing Our Earth. And from me, I just wanted to say a global namaste to all our Healing Our Earth audience members. Thank you for joining Honey Kalaria here for the COP28 discussions. And I'm going to pass it to my lovely, lovely co-host, Sharron Rose, all the way from USA. Thank you, Sharon, all yours.
You're welcome. Global namaste.
Namaste.
So we're in contemplating all this. You just look around. We live really a lot because of Hana. She brought many of the world's religions here. It was like an experiment to see if we could all get along. And here we have energy, we're in Crestone, Colorado, and we have energy fairs where we have, instructions on alternative building, and and even in those we're teaching Qigong and yoga and other energy, I would call them like energy medicine, transformational processes. And so we're fortunate, we're here in incredible nature. Many people wouldn't be able to handle it here. They want to be in a city, they want to be in the hustle and bustle. But I was speaking to a Chinese friend who lives in San Francisco right now, and she said they cannot even go out with their car. They can't walk anywhere, and because they'll be robbed or attacked, or have to, the streets are like toilets now, and there's a lot of talk about how to deal with this, and yet nothing ever seems to happen. And so we have to wonder what is going on, and why aren't our politicians doing things to help these people and solve these issues? Right. That was very sad to hear that she said she has to take an Uber everywhere. And even then it's not safe. Right. And San Francisco was a beautiful city, and we're seeing it everywhere. And so we're coming to, and between that and the wars right now, how many people have died in Ukraine? Last I heard, like 400,000. Yeah. And they're destroying, this is the military again. And it's like we need as a species to mature. We're like a bunch of tribal, we have to grow up. The Israeli-Palestinian situation, it's been like bubbling. And look what's going on.
18,000.
And the
women and children.
Right. But not only that, in Ukraine, which was the breadbasket. Right. They don't think, they're all excited, because maybe they'll get the resources, because they supposedly have the really amazing soil in Ukraine. But after having all these toxins, all these bombs, and then I read that there's a whole area called the meat grinder where they're just dead bodies, and like you see in horror movies. So we've got to wake up as human beings, and a lot of the programs on healing our earth are dedicated to the many ways, not just the Hindu and the Vedic and the Ayurvedic, etc., but the Qigong, and then all these different techniques that have been bubbling up and are from ancient traditions. Hana is very, very connected with the shamans from all different Native Americans and the Tibetans, and brought these people, these wise people, to many of these conferences, where, as she's always said to me, all these big leaders, etc., they want to come in and take pictures, get their photo up, but then they don't do anything, they don't listen. And how do we make these people listen without this terrible catastrophe? What can we do? Any new ideas? So, this is our conundrum right now as human beings. How do we save the planet? It's like we're committing suicide. And what can we do? And as we speak about, it's the children, not only the children, but we have to find some way to reach these people who have the ability and have the funding, and really understand, it's not just another little feather in their cap of, how they want to appear in the world. We have to find a new way, and we really have to come together. And I think that's the purpose. That's why Neil Kumar began Healing Our Earth. It was to really help us in this real deep time of need. Now that we've come out of the pandemic, the lockdowns, we really thought it might be a time to rejuvenate, but yet everybody kind of falls back into the same old patterns. And it seems to be with these wars.
Well, I mean, the odds are, let's say 10% of humanity might be aware.
Yeah.
And 90% is unaware. So that's the odds we're fighting. And how do we make 90% of the planet aware? And you look at this country, I mean, look at 75 million people voted for Trump. I mean, that's half of the voters in this country.
This country
And
is...
it goes, you know, I mean, democracy is in real danger. And it's happening everywhere.
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 So we're up against the odds. It's going to take a miracle.
It just seems like everything's breaking down. And
right. No, I mean, and you know, you look at the old saying that the living are going to envy the dead.
Oof.
Yeah, that's where we're heading.
So to me,
you can edit that out.
All the practices that we speak about, all the shows we do here on Healing Our Earth, I wish that, you know, it could be in every school and could be, you know, on the mainstream instead of fear, fear, fear. You know, how are we going to get a click from YouTube? How, you know, what kind of fearful thing can we put? What kind of horror thing can we put? How do we find ways to lift people up? And that's been the work I've done in the arts and in healing.
Well, the thing is, everyone has to take responsibility for themselves. You have to lift yourself up. Nobody is going to come around to lift you up. You got to do it yourself.
Yeah.
So we got to give the tools. And that's the key, the tools.
That's right.
And we have lots of tools. Qigong, meditation, earth restoration. I mean, we have so many consciousness tools and we're not using them.
Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting because I was hearing that they're taking, like, there's, at least around here, no physical education in the schools, no arts, and they're replacing it with some strange things. But, you know, the physical education could be restoring the earth.
Right.
You know, can we shift this? Lataji, global namaste.
Global namaste.
You have a question for us?
I have loads of questions. As usual, I'm fascinated by your comments, dear Hannah. It's really nice to have you here. So what I wanted to ask is, have you got statistics of how many people actually died in COVID? I mean, everything was labeled as COVID, but how many people, do we have those statistics? Because it seems to be another pandemic going to come up. Did you say 6 billion are going to be wiped out?
Yes.
In how long? What sort of time?
In the next, you know, absolutely in the next few years.
And I don't think that's a joke.
I have a window of 2 years. And
Yeah.
then, boom. I mean, if we
Sorry?
don't get together.
Mm.
There's also a lot of, I've been reading about statistics from like Australia, New Zealand, where people, the death rate, and here too, I was reading about it yesterday, that the death rate of people like between 30 and 45 has increased like 20% since during and beyond now, this year, beyond the pandemic. So what?
As a result of the pandemic, you mean, you know?
Not necessarily, yeah, could be.
Could be, yeah.
It could be a result of what we're talking about, of you know, more cancer, And I mean, you see, they show these athletes from all over the world who they're out there, you know, playing basketball, and all of a sudden they just drop dead. And so, and what's going on also is that I see that more and more the places that should be giving us this knowledge and statistics are now taking them down. It's like they're hiding them. So people need to be made aware of what's going on and how to heal themselves, what they can do to heal themselves. And that's why we're here at Healing Our Earth, of course.
Well, I think the education needs to start from the place of work right now, because we're short of time. Obviously, education needs to be there as well. And a lot of the world are uneducated. A lot of the population who are unaware.
Ill-educated.
Pardon?
Or ill-educated.
Yeah. Apart from that, there's that section, but there's also the African lands that are not educated.
Right.
And South American and India and places like these third world countries, they're still short of understanding what is happening to the resources on this earth. So they need to be educated, don't you think?
Well, for
and
sure.
very speedily. And also,
I mean, humanity needs to be re-educated.
Yeah, totally, with spiritual things. So I think that's where at work level.
There's
so
a lot
what they
going
were
on.
talking about, Brahma Kumaris were talking, Sister Jayanti was saying about the consciousnness. They should start that at work.
Right.
Governments should say, you've got to sign this sort of treaty or this accountability, where they have to have people like the Brahma Kumaris going around educating them to stop being so greedy. But also the governments have to stop now this games epidemic, you know, producing these violent games, producing these games and AI. It has to stop, because
they're completely
become
cutting
so
off
greedy.
children.
And see, Mother Nature is going to stop it. You look at the solar flares, I mean, you know, there's going to be some huge knockout of technology because it's been so misused.
Neil G, namaste.
Sharon, global namaste to you, and Han, you've been with us so many times. What a knowledge database that you are. It's so important. And Sharon, as you know, that Healing Our Earth has always led the way in the front by asking the governments and media now to go through the children and education zone, because that's the only way to go. As we are about to conclude now, Han, I want to ask you 3 tips that you can share with ordinary consumers who are connected to us via social media, not the government, not the expert, not the educated, the normal human beings who are going on in their daily life. What are 3 to 4 important factors that they can either adopt now before it's late, or in the process of this earth deteriorating slowly and in slowly to retard? What are the 4 tips that you can give through experience?
Well, you know, it's very difficult because people are being fed the big lie. And some people believe it. And it's when you have almost every major news media have, you know, accounts with the oil industry. So they're, you know, what they put out is very biased. So first of all, we have to stop lies from coming out and infecting the human mind. People are being lied to. So first, stop the lie.
So,
Then,
and because we are not the one that is spreading those news, it's the powerful media and everything. I come back to the consumer level. So what you are saying to the consumers, stop believing all the lies and make your own judgments. Is that what you are saying?
that's exactly what I'm saying.
Brilliant. So from a consumer point of view, since you can't control what is going on in the media, be very sensible, do a fact check, do ask experts, try to avoid getting panicked with the lies that what some of the governments or the medias are doing, and they are not here to protect themselves, so we are not accusing anybody, but make your own judgments. Next best tip, Han.
Okay, next, grow your own food. Do Qigong, meditate, move up your consciousness as rapidly as you can.
So Hans, I stop you there. Grow your own foods, your own vegetables, your own fruits, your own plants, which Sharon, who is here, regularly brings her garden to the Healing Our Earth in the kitchen episode and the environment episode. And I verily and truly believe that yes, through there, maybe by planting trees, by growing your own products and avoiding these pesticides and insecticides, you are saving the earth slowly and maybe improving the oxygen near your area. Is that right, Anne?
And get out of the cities.
Spend time in nature.
So what Han is saying, if you want to have a beautiful life, good oxygen in your lungs, try to live not in metropolitan areas. See if you can live in semi-urban areas. Go back to nature. You might be close to nature and it'll be beautiful. And who better than Sharon, because she loves up in the mountain in Creston in Colorado.
Well,
where you are, where both of you are there right now.
Right here, right now.
And we're working on
we
bringing you all here.
Well, we definitely want you guys to come here.
Yes, we definitely planning something. Sharon has already had
one of the cleanest places left on earth.
Yeah. Yes, Hannah, because you will be very important for us. Sharon has already had a mini chat with you and she's exploring all the probabilities for next year. So good tips are avoid listening to everything you see in the media. If you've got a doubt, ask a friend. Try to grow your own vegetables, fruits, plants, spices, herbs, seeds, and trees if they are possible. And try to go back into nature living. You can be working.
Move up your consciousness. I mean, that should be number one.
So spirituality, is that what you mean?
Well, it doesn't, you look at the Native Americans. They knew they were an integral part of nature. And what you do to nature, you do to yourself. So unless you're in tune with the elements, with nature, you're going to believe all these lies. But if you improve and move up your consciousness, then you will go to a point where you can see what's true and what's not true. But you have to move up your consciousness. And there is endless techniques that you can tap into. So that should be number one.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Well, Hannah is very specific. She has identified the premier solution that she feels should be bringing back into people's lives is improve your consciousness, improve your, in any method, if you can, lift yourself up so that will actually help you make right decisions and consume right information. So that's very, very important. I think we are now giving a proper takeaway solutions to people who are not experts, which is very important. And in light of what's happened today, and we had a tremendous response in our social media and through our WhatsApp, we have extended this show now again on January the 14th. We'll still bring post COP28 on 14th of January, which is the second Sunday on Healing Our Earth next year. So we can bring some more points.
You look at the COP28. I mean, it's a total joke. I mean, how can you have the criminals that are doing all the damage police themselves? Because the UN doesn't have a police force. They can't enforce anything. So these oil companies, coal companies, you know, you look at the whole shebang, have to police themselves. I mean, that is ridiculous. They're not going to do it.
Well,
greenwash and greenwash.
Hannah, they can do what they like because they've got the power, money, and the media. But us at Healing Our Earth, in our little way, the way we spread around, let us give the consumer the tips rather than the experts and the governments, because they are already hell-bent in doing what they want to do. Slowly, surely, the people power is winning because they are having to change and force. It will take a bit of time, but together we can make a little difference. So on the 14th January, let's bring more tips to the consumer level, not to the expert level, so they can actually start implementing in their real simple life. Thank you very much for everybody coming. Sharon, you and Hannah can wind up with some nice higher conscious spirituality.
Okay, well, I have a little video of Michael Henry Dunn in the beautiful, at a stupa in Crestone, singing the Gayatri mantra, which we generally close with. So I would like to show that.
Let's do it. Let's do it up there in a nice non-urban area where the atmosphere is beautiful, the oxygen is plentiful, in a nature. And I think he did a fantastic one. We played, I think, in one of our episodes, which was
yes, here it is.
Go ahead, share it with the sound, over. Simply beautiful. The soothing.
Actually, the first person that taught me the Gayatri mantra was Hannah. She said, let's go out and do this. The sun was setting. It was gorgeous.
So Hannah, tell us why and how did you come knowing about Gayatri mantra?
I think in 71, I was at Gunnesbury and, Muktananda, but 1971. And, it's so, and it's one of the tools because you align yourself with the highest vibration in the universe, the sun. And anybody can do it. It's free. And it was supposedly the first prayer given to humanity by the divine. And it was written in the sky. And then the rishis brought it down and put it into words. But you align yourself with the highest energy in the entire universe, the sun.
Wow, Hannah, that is half a century or over that you got to know about it. And today it is a global mantra for everybody. It doesn't have to just belong. You don't have to be a Hindu to follow it because it's a way of life. It actually resonates when you're doing it correctly. You can feel it. You can feel right into your mind, your consciousness. So it's so beautiful. And thank you very much. You have nurtured our...
No, and also, when we gave the land to Babaji, Harakanti Baba, his, the woman that came here, Sheila Devi, she used it at every havan, and we did thousands of havan, offerings and the mantras. And so it's been very active in this community.
Wow, it's so beautiful that shows a multi-faith, multi-unity, people together. So Sharon, keep on exploring with Hannah the beautiful planning that you're doing for the last quarter of the year for next year. It will be so beautiful.
We can't wait to see you, all of you.
Sir. It will be so beautiful. It will be so beautiful. A lot of people are looking forward to it because they have seen you guys so many times on healing. They've seen Sharon almost every other week ever since about 3 years back when she first came in multi-episodes. So it'll be so nice to see. And to see that both of you, I'm not going to reveal your ages because your combined age is going into centuries, but both of you look just like teenagers.
Well, we have pure air, we have pure water. And one thing I did want to say about growing your food, when we go out to a restaurant, it's very hard. Well, also Chef Jay, my husband, has become an extraordinary cook, but we go out to restaurants and the quality of the food is nothing like what we grow. It's really, growing your own food is a very, very special, even if it's just like a couple of, tomato plants or some herbs in your kitchen, put it in just make that connection.
And everybody can sprout.
That's right.
Summer and winter.
Wow. And what better can you do? Sprout in your field, sprout in your mind, sprout in your life. And may Earth bless you all. At this point, I wish everybody all over the world, wherever you are, best of the festive season. You've got Christmas coming, you've got New Year coming. We'll be back in New Year and with more information, more presenters, more contributors. Last word from you, Sharon and Hannah, before we go and switch off the live transmission.
We're at a crucial time. It's very obvious on so many levels. For me, I'm just praying that what's going on right now, all these wars. I come from Jewish heritage. I had Palestinian boyfriend at one point and worked with years with a Lebanese musician. We have to find a way to love each other, to learn love, and to really listen to each other and move beyond all of this pain and suffering that we're causing. And what we're talking about here today, and what we talk about every week on Healing Earth, are the ways to do that. So just keep these countries and people, humanity in general, and the earth herself in your prayers. We'll see you next week, soon, on Healing Our Earth, sending love and joy and beauty to you all.